Mic check 1 2 1 2. Mic check 1 2 1 2. Give me a moment. I need to close this window. All right. If the neighborhood wants to hear the den, they need to tune in. I want the views. Anyway, what's the motherfucking deal, man? Welcome to the den. I am your humble host, Sir Ed Honcho. It's that time of year where, things are things. And we should be appreciative. We should be appreciative every damn day. But for some reason, we got to do something special on this day. Oh, no. But I just want to say, hey, I appreciate each and every one of you who've been rocking with the den long enough. Those of you who are new to it, well, welcome and hope you enjoy. Kick your feet up. We'll take your shoes off, but kick your feet up and stay for a while. You gotta forgive me. Like I said, I've been switching over from a different service I was using, so I've been changing a lot of shit up. But so things may look a little differently because certain features aren't available elsewhere. Just stick with me. Anyway, let's see what we got joining us this evening. I'm going to talk about two cases that have recently been taking place and concluded in the last week. Ahmaud Arbery, Kyle Rittenhouse, and there's some other cases that I think pertain to a little bit of something different, so it's not quite the same conversation. But turn that up a little bit. Hopefully that sounds a little bit better. Not quite the same conversation, but we'll probably talk about those in the near future. But it's not so much the specifics of the case themselves, right? Because they are what they are. I can't go back and change it. I mean, there are appeals and things of that sort, but it is what it is. But I just want to talk about the storylines that have been marinating around these cases, right? Look crazy. Look crazy as cat shit. But like I said, let's see who we have joining us. Then we'll talk about all that good stuff. And we'll be rocking some Halo afters. I'll probably get on the gaming channel. We've been running a pretty big crew lately. And I think that'll be some fun for those of you who are still up. Pardon me. The lovely Miss Marie Lovely. How are you doing this evening? John, my favorite New Yorker, riding down the Vegas Strip in the Humvee. Shout out to John. Broderick's here. Yeah, whatever. Sarah Lou, the lovely Miss Sarah Lou. How are you? Benno, what's the motherfucking deal? 17, motherfucking protege. Heidi's here. Yeah, there's that. 335. Peace. Chill out. What's the motherfucking deal? Stream elements. What? Remember, I doubt that. I can remember like 3 things. Dave doesn't have any balls. I wish he would if he had something valid to say. Professor Trill, what's the motherfucking deal? Gerdoy, what's the motherfucking deal? I see lovely Miss Jen joining us this evening. Michelle, how are you doing this evening? Hope all is well, ma'am. 17. See, I love the den so much. We have so many funny people in here, like just entertaining, intelligent, wonderful people. And then there's Heidi. But some of y'all everybody has like their own little low-key sense of humor, and it's funny when it all comes together, right? It's a beautiful thing. I appreciate all of you, right? I thank all of you for being here. And Heidi, you are appreciated. All right, so it no longer hurts if then it starts bit. See, let me tell you something about this. I ain't even gonna get into it, but the thing I want to talk about is because there have been storylines around these cases, right? Narratives. I talk about narratives that people feel like they have to push a narrative, and maybe I'm not winning because I'm not pushing an agenda, right? I truly, honestly call things how I see it or see fit. I try to be as honest. I won't say fair, because fairness is a weird thing that doesn't really exist. But I just try to call it as across the board as I can, right? And we can get into the details of Kyle, and we can get into the details of Ahmaud Arbery. And we can say, oh, well, this guy had this background. We were happy, in the Kyle trial that, people with criminal records got killed. Here's my thing. I'm not happy that anybody got killed. Like that's the one thing, right? I'd rather people suffer for their egregious sins more so than anything. I think death is the easy way out. But I don't feel a sense of sorrow for them. A lot of people point out in the Ahmaud Arbery case that, quote unquote, jogging, that he went into an unfinished home, a new construction, if you will, went in there for about 3 minutes and then continued to run. I don't know what he did in there. He didn't steal anything. He could have took a shit in there for all I know. Could have took a piss, maybe jumped off. I don't know, right? Could have been looking around. Who knows, right? Might have been in the market for a home. I don't know. And we could say, well, he's had some charges beforehand. We could talk about the gun on school campus, after he's graduated. We could talk about boosting the televisions from Walmart. I wish I knew a television booster right now. I could use an additional screen or two. So that's the one thing when you're not in the hood and you ain't tapped in no more like you used to be. All the good deals, like it's always Black Friday in the hood, right? It's always 50% off new items. But yeah, that's a whole nother story. I don't know. Like I said, I didn't see it. Maybe there was a video out there. Send me the link, Heidi. Quit sending me the nudes. Send me actual information. I appreciate the other stuff, but information helps too. But my thing is, right, I think what fucked over old buddy and them, there's a couple of things. You know what I mean? If you're talking about directly being attacked and, I believe was standing over the body, uttering certain terminology, and I think there's some imagery of being tied to some not so nice groups, if you will. Right? And I'm sure there's some other factors that play into it. But as of right now, where things stand, let's just look at the facts where we're at. Kyle got off killing a bunch of white people. Niggas was mad. This is racism. This is craziness. For killing 3 white men. 3 white men get locked up for killing 1 black man by I think majority white jury, might have been 1 black person on the jury. If you consider that a jury, your peers or whatever you want to call it. Does the justice system work? That's the question I want to ask. Because I've been told it's racist. It doesn't play out in the favor of black people. It's a miscarriage of justice and all these different things, right? It's not fair. We saw what happened in the George Floyd case. Somebody went to jail. We saw what happened in the other case with the chick. Was it Amber Geiger was her name? I felt like she probably should have deserved more time. That incompetence is not an excuse. You just don't know what apartment you're walking into. You can't sell me that one. But she got some time. There was another case recently. I can't remember the gentleman's name, but was shooting at cops who I think they had busted in on the property. I didn't fully tap in on that one. But he got off, right? Black gentleman. There's been several cases, again, that can disprove the rhetoric that is behind all this shit, right? That we all push behind all these statements. You just have to find them. The media doesn't often portray them. If it was as bad as they say it was all the time, a guy like Daryl Brooks wouldn't have been able to do what he did. You commit 2 felonies, 3 misdemeanors, and get out for $100. That's the criminal justice system is beating down the black man, right? Maybe because he was light skinned. I don't know. But like I said, I'm tired of the narrative of it's unfair to black folks. Now, I would say in the past, there have been cases where, we just need a face. We need somebody to fill this this charge, and people have been falsely accused. I won't say that's never happened. I won't say it doesn't still happen from time to time. I saw a story. I want to say the guy was in Tyler. It was a Netflix special. I can't remember the name of it. My old lady was watching. I ended up catching some of it. I can't sit and watch all that shit. But it was a white guy, white rapper. I believe in Killeen, actually. I believe he was in Killeen. And I think the thing white people despise more than niggas that be rapping is white guys. Bro, you're wasting your white ability with this rap music. What's wrong with you? But apparently somebody robbed a store and they blamed it on him. And the guy who robbed the store was like way shorter. So this dude did a lot of time in TDC. Finally got like out. They were going to like appeal the case. I mean, it was just a bunch of shit, a bunch of evidence that they used. They kind of fucked him over with. A lady who is obviously a drug addict called and said she knew it was him and got the reward. And I'm sure she spent it all on drugs. But he got fucked over. But guess what? He got out, drunk driving. He's back in. People get fucked over by the justice system. People get caught up. There are a lot of those, but I think there may be more people who are winning than losing, right? The DAs, prosecutors, and things like that, in reality, they don't try as many cases as they could, right? Because a lot of times they just issue out these plea deals, and motherfuckers take the plea deals because usually they're caught red-handed or the evidence is insurmountable. And so they know that if they try to fight it, they're going to lose. So they take a plea deal and actually get, less time than they probably would have ended up getting. Sometimes there are some hoe-ass deals in there, but that's a whole nother story, right? But again, like I say, you say interesting look at the numbers when you don't say Rittenhouse. Oh yeah, that's what I say. Y'all got to understand. I do certain things for certain reasons. There's always an idea in my head before I start the stream. And so usually, unless it's just a shit that's like hard to find pictures, usually there's a specific reason I pick certain pictures. There's usually a specific reason I use certain imagery, and there's usually a specific reason I word things a certain way, right? And generally, the things that I think are going to happen if people actually show up, when I do certain things a certain way, or the response I'd say I'm about 80-20, right? I'm about 80-20. I do a terrible job of clickbaiting. I'm a terrible clickbaiter, right? Like, I was just say outrageous stuff, but I don't. I think I had like one good clickbait video in the last ever. But, I don't necessarily see it that way because, right, they told me Georgia was racist. It was a small town. Again, this is a jury of peers. And I don't think the people are just looking at it. I don't think those white people in the crowd, unless they're just a bunch of super liberal. I don't know how far that is from Atlanta, so it might be weird. But there's like, we're going to give these guys a break. We're going to throw away 3 lives because, the way stuff has been going on around the country. These things are not tied into one another, right? Those gentlemen felt like they were doing the right thing. But if you're not the law, you don't get to handle stuff a certain way, right? If you did not catch him, red-handed at the time, you can only assume because there's been allegations of things going on around the neighborhood. You're not threatened. You're not in immediate danger. You put yourself in a position like that, then, well. And again, I don't even think you were ever really in a situation where you were in danger, right? And you can kind of say, well, Kyle, he went to a place that he knew was dangerous. Well, I thought they were protests first, right? I thought they were peaceful protests. But I felt like Kyle was doing something upstanding earlier on. Things got a little wayward towards the end. And again, once you're actually getting physically accosted and, what do they say? It ain't no fun when the rabbit got the gun. I think it's a different story, right? So exactly, that's what I'm saying, Sean. Like you didn't see anything. You can't claim. You could assume, and your assumption could possibly be right, but it doesn't give you the right to go out and commit the acts that you said. And then again, you have to think that there has to be a different intent when slurs, epithets are being uttered over dead bodies, right? So that's kind of what. So that's kind of where I'm at, right? And so, again, It's a very different situation. But my thing is the justice system fair? Do people still feel that niggas are getting the raw end of the deal? You know? And I know that Arbery wasn't here to plead his case or anything like that. His life is gone. But do we care the same? But niggas like, who was it? Like, say, old buddy, who in Houston, I think, or in Houston, a little dude that would have shot up the school and a teacher, bailed him out, very low bail, way cheaper than Kyle's bail. And you can say, well, nobody died. Well, again, innocent people were hurt. And, they can paint it as a bullying scene, whatever you want to call it. But niggas threw him a party. Nobody's upset about that, right? Nobody was upset that a nigga shot a bunch of other niggas and got a party thrown for him, right? So again, I'm a person that believes every individual person, thing, situation, occurrence, whatever, should be taken for what it is. Now, stereotypes exist for a reason. There are a lot of commonalities between groups that you can tie together, right? That you can correlate, right? I mean, this is the thing. Humans are only so unique, myself included, right? I'm not any more special than anybody else. But like I said, I've just seen so many people assuming that justice wouldn't be served in this case. Again, you had, I don't know the racial makeup, the jurors in Kyle's case. Don't really care, honestly, right? And again, you had a case where it was overwhelmingly white, and the guys got murdered. They got hit with the majority of the fucking charges. You want to talk about niggas getting fucked over? We can talk about a black favorite, even though we all know the truth. People's biases and feelings played a role into it. O.J. Simpson. O.J. Simpson, right? O.J. Simpson got away with what we all know was not just a casual drive. Niggas watching Rockets games. We ain't gonna talk about that, how that impacted the Rockets. But anywho, niggas was taking casual drives just with a nice, an extremely large police escort behind them. Just gonna go out for a little spin around the block. A lot of suspect behavior. And then this nigga want to go back and steal his own memorabilia. Okay, whatever. So there are lots of opportunities. You see cases where it was one a while back, that dude that killed an 18-year-old chick that I guess he would call himself dating or whatever. The dude had a super long rap sheet. I'm talking about 20, 30 charges, several felony charges, all this other stuff. Motherfucker is relatively free, walking around, doing whatever, right? Able to violate others. The justice system is so harsh on certain groups. Why do you see so many of these people that get or that have these records? And they, like I said, they out among you, they are among each of us, right? I could say my situation could have been favorable, depending on how you want to look at it. But what you don't realize, what they don't talk about, with most of the niggas who do get bamboozled, fucked over, and worked over, the beautiful thing about this legal system is representation. And I'm not talking about racial representation. I'm talking about legal representation. A lot of the stories and the shit you hear, the niggas who get fucked over, 9 times out of 10, motherfuckers have, court-appointed representation, and it's not very good. And yes, R. Kelly, even R. Kelly, right? Probation for rape. That's what I'm saying. Oh man. But here's the thing, and I think when you talk about law enforcement, I think this would have been different. Like, I think had this been a law enforcement situation with McMichaels and whoever, I think that it would have been a not guilty situation, because I think it depends on the public perception, right? And there are legal benefits to being law enforcement. You make a lot of tough decisions. You get put in a lot of sketchy situations. Depending on the outcome, it is what it is. But like I said, we like to lump a lot of these cases by race, but do we ever talk about jurisdiction? Do we talk about severity of the crimes, specific situations that truly matter? But we don't do that. We tend to just kind of sweep it all under the rug. And, it is what it is. Now, I know a lot of people were saying, hey, they didn't get charged initially and things like that, right? And I'm going to sit here and be honest with you. Like, I was not head first all the way into the Arbery trial. I wasn't head first into the Rittenhouse trial, right? Because I have no say-so. I have an opinion, but I have no real say-so as to what's going to happen. Did you hold a sign up for him, Sarah? I hope my buddy calls today. My impatient friend. But like I say, I just think that it's time to really look at things how they are. Because if you think in this day and age that niggas are still getting fucked over, when every business has a diversity and inclusion manager. I don't even know what that fucking means. When every business, these businesses, these colleges, these people are talking about they're we live in a fucking bizarro world. These businesses who are offering their employees therapy. Some of them getting time off to help them deal with the results of the Rittenhouse trial. Right? The Rittenhouse trial that didn't affect any niggas. When have you ever heard of such a thing? Right? Yeah, and that's my thing, Gerdol, is that with the least amount of racism in American history, we talk about race more than ever. And I'm guilty of it too. But my stick, I guess if I have any kind of stick, it's not speed stick, stuff sucks. If I have any kind of stick, I guess it's to kind of point out the opposite, because there's a narrative that's pushed with a lot of shit. And I'm not saying that when I talk a lot about niggas and all the type of shit motherfuckers get into and different racial things. No, it's not 100%. Like, I'm fully aware. Again, like I just said earlier, it's an individual case by case basis. It matters on the person. It matters on the groups, the specific people who are involved. But stereotypes are a thing. So when I talk about niggas, I know it's a small percent of niggas that are doing most of the damage. Because again, if you're talking about when a motherfucker gets caught up for a crime, and crimes that actually get, logged, registered, people get booked, whatever you want to put in the statistics, trust me, it's not a motherfucker getting caught for the first crime that they've ever done. It's not just one motherfucker doing one crime. And so, the 10,000, whatever crimes that appear in a certain place, there might be one motherfucker who's done 100 of the 10, right? If not more. It just matters on, when you get caught, how you get caught, if you get caught. So I know numbers and statistics, like I said, they can be made to say anything you want them to say. What? I purr. Anyway. And so, like, again, I get it. I understand all these things. But the reason why I speak on a specific side is because it's kind of like the same thing I do when we're talking Houston sports. People will give you the hunky-dory, happy-go-lucky about everything, even when it's not. They'll paint narratives about shit that are not true. I just like to speak on reality. There's a lot of motherfuckers that are doing a lot of foul shit. People don't want to speak on it. People don't want to say it. Not that I hate niggas, but I hate niggas. Not that I have hate for any specific group, because I don't. I don't wake up with hate in my heart. That's a weird thing, right? It's just that there are certain things that are factual. There are certain things that are true. And I think the entire spectrum of things need to be spoken on, right? And so With that being said, I want to know your thoughts. If you have specific views about the outcome of this trial, if you think things should have gone a different way, or you think justice was served when it comes to the Arbery trial, I'd like to know your thoughts. If you have an interesting comparison between Kyle and Ahmaud, I'd like to know that. Just your overall feelings, again, like I say, because a lot of weird major trials. And I'll be honest, like the day before Thanksgiving, didn't necessarily want to get into it, but I want to have this conversation and then kind of, get it out the way. Because I told y'all there's certain things we have to talk about. But I want to minimize the politicals. I just want to have good conversation. I want to get back to those good old dens where we had great conversation. Ashley said stupid stuff. And I had to be like, oh my God. And then Trill called in and cussed at everybody. And then, Heidi just trolled everybody. Like, that never changes. But like I say, so there's just certain conversations that must be had before we can get back to the purpose of the den. And that is to give an insight into others' lives, people who see things differently, an exchange of thoughts, ideas, and perspectives. Because I think diversity in conversation is important. I don't think diversity should ever be mandatory in any format, but if it occurs naturally, I think it's beneficial, right? When you force it, I think it's detrimental. And so, yeah, there's that. So give me a second. I'm going to open up the line. All right. Oh, terrible. I'm always the robot. You're talking about the guy, Robbie was the one that filmed it all, right? And well, hey, look, man, this is the thing. You get guilty by association in pretty much anything you do. So it's unfortunate that he got caught up into that. But, if you're not out there and you got it all on video and you're not discouraging it, then they're going to go ahead and consider that you're a part of it. So it is what it is. Shout out to the wise man. Oh man. So give me a second. Let me open up the line. Why do I have this up? Cut that down. I'm still working on getting all the green out. I got a lot of the green out of there, so I'm not looking like I'm in a fucking nuclear snow. I got a little green in the corner I got to work on. I've been looking at a bunch of shit. And like I said, I'm just trying to get over to a new service that I use for a lot of my streaming knickknacks, and it is much different. It is awkward a little bit. So, what happened to the fucking? Oh, right here. I'm tripping. Damn, you ain't gonna let me exit out the shit? What kind of shit? Close window. Oh, no wonder. Trip. Players fuck up. Players do fuck up. No, save that. Save that. Nope. Yeah. Nope. Let me sign in. Because like I said, we all play this game. We all play a game. We all show favoritism to the things that we want to see happen. Like, whenever things occur, whenever like people get killed, we always try to show their best side. And I've talked about my thoughts on death and respecting the dead and those kind of things, and if you don't know, well, I feel like shit, if the person was a piece of shit in life, well, why do they deserve, some level of special treatment in death, right? So I don't know. Oh, that's interesting. Like, well, Dave called, I guess, I was calling whenever I was talking to Ashley. What time was it? Because I started, what was it yesterday? Did the dinner start at 10 yesterday or at 11? Or maybe he called whenever the shit was up. I don't know. Dave's weird. Dave needs a hobby. I think we get it at 11 yesterday. I want to say we did. And then we got on the Halo. I might be wrong. All right. So, again, pardon me if things look a little bit janky as I'm getting this all realigned. Yeah, right. Because here's the thing, right? Like, say the fucking dude, right? Who was the guy in Vegas that wiped out all them people? Like, should he be respected in death? Like, should he be, well, he just made a bad decision, we should respect it. Like, no, fuck you piece of shit. Heidi's idol, Hitler. Should he be respected in death? After all the alleged terrible things that he's done, should he be respected? Or he should, well, he's dead. You shouldn't talk about him like it. Like, I think that, what new evidence has occurred? There's some new evidence. Like I said, if new evidence occurs, I will take it, right? Now, I know that they said something about the detectives saying something, but again, I still have my views. I think we'll talk about that. What's the motherfucking deal? Who do we have calling in to the den this evening? Uh-oh. Make sure I got it right. Hold on 1 second. I did switch some shit up. Hold on. Bob, can you hear me now? Yes, sir. There we go. There we go. Okay, hold on. I forgot. I finally put this fucking party in today, and I keep switching up all the USBs. Every time I put something back in a different USB slot, it changes up. Give me 1 moment. Nobody else can hear you, but they don't deserve to hear you, Dan, man. They don't respect the great things you have to say. So, they'll have to wait. All right, Dan, the motherfucking man with the plan. How are you doing this evening, sir?
I'm all right, man. I'm all right. Just trying to, just getting tired. A lot of stuff's coming. Well, not want to say coming apart, but a lot of stuff coming at once. It's not Dave, Mr. Infinity. It's Dan. Yeah. So, well, I'm doing what I can, man. Just trying to focus. That's all. Let's see. So about these cases. Well, no matter what case it is, I think people are forgetting the meaning of the justice system. Using the facts at hand to find, I want to say find the truth in the matter. Does each side can present their case? So, however, the test, I ain't got them back yet, Michelle. We'll see what's popping.
I don't know. He know he aced to me. Dan took them tests with his eyes closed. Got an A+, and the teacher was like, "Damn it, Dan, you did so good. You should teach the class from this point forward. I retire." So don't let Dan fool you out. He got that shit in the bag.
Shit. Okay, if you say so. Actually, my legal class, I did get A on that test. So shout out to you, boy. Now my economics class, we'll see. Sarah. Yeah, but I mean, each side, the state has to present their case, and the defense has to present their case. But the problem is other factors come into play which fuck up the justice system, at least in this country. The media is a big part of that. They don't present the facts that matter anymore. Correct. And Sarah, you can't prove that. But I erased all evidence. But essentially, the media takes a real big hand in that, because when the jury's supposed to make this decision on this, the jury should come into there with a blank slate in terms of the facts, and it just, be understood what happened. Now, I didn't follow the Arbery case too much. I know there's some history with the young man, and in terms of him getting arrested a few years ago. He had no shirt on or some shit like that, and all this other stuff. I'm understanding that 2 men detained him and shot him because they thought he was trying to rob somebody, and there was someone recording. So I'm not exactly sure what. Like I said, I don't have that much information on this case exactly. Like I said, so I mean, hopefully, my main thing is with the Arbery case. Hopefully, with the evidence that was in hand, the jury came to the decision that made the most sense. And I say this without, seeing most of the evidence because I'm just kind of legalized out in terms of my classes and all this shit going on the last trial. We'll see what it is. I just hope the jury didn't come to some conclusion based on, social media, stuff like that. That's the thing that worries me about most of these cases. That's why I was concerned about the Rittenhouse case. There was a protesters outside the courthouse. Yeah, that, I mean, so I kind of expected that. It's like, what was it? A Time to Kill. Y'all remember that movie when Samuel ran up in the courthouse? That's real fuck, bro. Everyone was clapping when that shot. Yes. And then he shot the sheriff accidentally. You know, he lost his leg. I mean, that was bad. But the sheriff was like, good. He did like, fuck, bro. I mean, man, so if I was the goddamn stage, like, fuck, man, what the fuck you doing? You're supposed to be on my side. But anyway, this shit crazy, bro. Like, all these trials have been politicized, and there's like clear-cut divisions. In my humble opinion, and I've said this before, I can't speak too intelligently on the Arbery case. I just hope the right decision was made. But as for the Rittenhouse case, with all the evidence that we did have, that wasn't presented, that certain organizations hid, and it is just a bag of fuck with that case. Old military term, a bag of fuck, like FUBAR. And just total bag of fuck. And I think the right decision was made in that. Just going by the evidence, leaving the race factor alone, even though that shouldn't have been an issue, because, well, Rosenbaum might have been part of the tiny hat tribe, but you know, don't ban us, YouTube. But I mean, he looked white enough. He was very, very light skinned or whatever. There are so many factors with the Rittenhouse trial. The person did the shooting, why they did the shooting, the people he shot, the evidence showing that, you know, he didn't just start columbining people. It seemed to be self-defense in all three cases. One guy reached for a gun, another guy had a gun on you, and you shot his bicep off. Good luck going to the gym with that motherfucker. The other guy, he tried to hit him with a skateboard. I guarantee you one thing, and because if he had shot that black guy, he'd have been under the jail. Okay. Even though the guy kicked him and shit like that. That guy's lucky. But yeah, the media is at a hand in this, and some politicians have a hand in this. The division. It's easy to control the country divided. It's very easy, very easy. This is right out of the Communist Manifesto. Color communism, common sense. The communists devised the easiest way to divide a country such as the United States would be to divide people racially, and it's working. Yeah. It's working. But see, here's the problem, though, and this is kind of staying in the whole justice in America. All these talks now about bail reform, that's starting to bite people in the ass. The gentleman who ran over a bunch of people, killed 5 older people, and one of the kids died, an 8-year-old boy. So, you know, I hope they upgrade the charges. He was on a $1,000 bail for running someone else over the car, from what I understand, his girlfriend. So he tried to kill somebody with a car. Why was his bail $1,000? Yeah. People have higher bail for drugs.
Yes, they do.
I know that because I just paid bail for somebody. Way more than that. Jesus fucking Christ. Mm-hmm. So, and you know, the Wisconsin DA, he actually said he's a Democrat and all that. He said this is going to get some people killed. Mm-hmm. And he called it. He was right, because you're going to let certain people out. And these people who say make these decisions, was it Rashida Tlaib, of course, Ocasio-Cortez, the brother fucker, all these people, they don't have to face the consequences of these actions, of these ideas they push for and all this other shit. But you know who does pay for it? A bunch of older women, an 8-year-old boy, that man's girlfriend, and a whole slew of other people. I'm sure they're going through the hell in New York, Chicago, with that Kim Foxx, that DA. Shit, how many savages she done let out, and how many times are they right back doing the same shit? Why is she still in office? Is my question. It's because she's a impoverished POC. She need to impoverish that weave on her head. Take that shit to the trash, girl. You don't wear this. Shit is trash. But I'm just being vindictive for that comment. I apologize. I love black women, but you know, my mom was black anyway. Shit is sad, bro, because these politicians and these non-governmental organizations and these supposedly non-profits like BLM, but they're totally for profit. They are causing people a lot of havoc, and either they don't know, or they don't care, or that's what their design is. You know, shout out to George Soros. But yeah, Kim Foxx got to go, man. Yeah, she got to go. Oh my God, bro. Joy Reid with that 5 head, all them people got to go, bro.
God, Joy Reid is the worst. What do you think about these people? Like, do you think the people like Joy Reid, because she's an interesting individual, do you think people like that really believe the shit they spew? Her, I think, what's that guy's name? Mark Lamont Hill. It's a few others like that. Like, Do you think the paychecks are really good, or these Negroes really, these great Negroes really believe the shit that they spew out of their mouths?
Sarah, Honcho, I'm about to give it right back. Sarah, thank you. Thank you. That's a problem too. The cartels with the drugs, the trafficking people. It's sad, man. People don't see this shit, but it'll be on your doorstep one day. Don't worry, you'll get a face full of it. But as for people like now, Mark Lamont Hill had the unmitigated audacity to say men can have periods to get pregnant.
Yes.
Some shit like that.
Mm-hmm.
That brother's lost, man. He lost in the South. I don't know. And he's an educated. I'm being nice. I'm not trying to say N words and all that. I say that all the time, but I'm trying to, back it up a little bit, be a bit more presentable. He is dysfunctional. That he is a sick Negro mentally. This is a sick Negro. I posted something like that in the Discord of a old school black militant black supremacist. I was named Khalid Muhammad. I don't know what he said. What he had this thing. He said, this is a sick Negro. And it's just so funny to me. Anytime I see Mark Lamont Hill, sick Negro, Joy Reid, she's sick somewhere. I don't think she believes everything. And now Mark Lamont Hill, he can't believe that. I sincerely hope he doesn't believe that. Van Jones. See, Van Jones, he flip-flopped a little bit, and then they jumped down his throat, and then he disappeared for a while. Now, Don Lemon, he is the sickest of Negroes, and I would not want to meet him in person, especially at a bar. I don't like smelling taint. I'm good on that. Fuck all that. I hope that lawsuit goes well too. Good luck, bro. Good luck you fighting CNN. They got enough money to throw away at Sandman. They'll hopefully have some money to throw away at Kenosha Kid. And I think he did a good interview, honestly. I mean, see, they're trying to say people like you're gonna sue. You can't tell people you're gonna sue. Just drop the lawsuit on their doorstep, like Project Veritas. Yeah. Get them that way. Like they never lost the case, and the other one's getting a door kicked in. Because of supposedly fake diaries. Okay, if you say so. I'm taking showers, Jesus Christ. In a properly functioning society, some of these politicians would have been put out to pasture. Like Nancy, the mummy Pelosi. She's a fucking mummy. Okay, how many plastic surgery you get? How many neck lifts you get? Whatever the fuck kind of whatever. Like. And she buys a home in Florida for $25 million.
Ooh, Florida, that rampant corona state. Why would she do such a thing, right?
Yeah, nice little beachfront home. But what about global warming, the rising seas? Fuck out of here. She's full of shit too. And if you look at the place she's initially responsible for, San Francisco, then that should tell you everything you need to know about how well she governs. Never mind, how about her nephew? And I don't like to attack people's families, but he's an adult. He's a grown man, and he's been running California right to the ground. Ask Sarah. It's insanity. It's insanity. It's fucking hell. But as long as you claim you're for BIPOC, misgendered, indigenous POCs, it's cool. It's cool because he's for the downtrodden. It's cool. That's a front. That's a cover. Mm-hmm. I want people to understand that. You think no, they'll put a few tokens in there, like they'll like to mix it up. They'll put a black lesbian like they did with Batwoman. It's a black lesbian. Now instead it's a white lesbian. And whenever she goes to show, they'll probably put an Asian lesbian missing an arm. So you have the differently abled angle covered. It's a sham.
They searching
high and low. It'd be the same old white people running shit. Trust. What's up?
So they probably searching high and low for the lesbian agent. Like I said, I'm trying to figure it out.
Out there.
Because who was it? I can't remember. It was a school just recently, and they did a survey, and they basically, because when we talk about all this racial shit and how downtrodden, that's why I say anytime I see like the woke Asians on this type of shit, it like makes me sad because it's like you got to be a failure to your community. Because the Asians are winning in this country, like hands down, like they're making more money than everybody. They're winning. So like if you're complaining, you're just a failure. But there was some survey they took, and instead of lumping, the Asians in with the quote unquote POCs, they lumped the Asians in with the white people. So that way that their narrative could, continue. Because if you really break stuff down, everybody loves to use the white versus black or Hispanic narrative. But then why don't you look at the correlation between the Asian and the whites here in America? And you're going to see a different story. But they always somehow gloss over that. So now I guess they just said, fuck it, we're going to just lump the Asians in with the white people. I wish I could remember what it was. They were talking about certain degrees or graduation rates or something. And they were trying to use that as an argument.
Some of those. Now, the only time they didn't do that, I didn't mean to interrupt you, brother, is when them Asian ladies got shot in that parlor by that sex freak, that incel-ass motherfucker.
Yes.
And he himself said that it wasn't racially motivated. The FBI guy who interviewed him, or whatever, he said it wasn't racially motivated either, Christopher Wray. But, of course, they ran with that. And Asian lives matter. Asian lives matter. And here's where the progressives have their issues, because you prop everyone up on a pedestal, but then you got to prop this one pedestal a bit higher right now, but then the people on this other pedestal get mad. But I thought not all lives matter, so Black lives matter. So therefore, Asian lives can't matter. So then they got mad, and you see them beefing on Twitter and then all this other shit. And then, of course, white women chiming in somewhere, as usual. And they both chiming in. Oh, yeah, and all the Ivy League schools who got sued by bunches of Asian parents because their kids get like 4.3, 4.4 GPAs. They weren't allowed in, but you let in the Black kids and the Hispanic kids with lower GPAs. So it looks nice for the numbers. Oh, look how diverse and inclusive we are. Now, can those students last in that school? I'd like to see the dropout rates for some of these students that they let in on that. But that's the thing about it. And I've talked about this before, how they handicap, how they fuck the students over who didn't get in even though they well succeeded their requirements. The other students that let in, they leave them out to dry. Hey, welcome, come in. Good luck. Yeah, even though you could have done way better at a state school, a public university, there's good ones out there. You don't have to go to Ivy League. I mean, some people's paying for the name, but there's certain degrees there that you would need, like MIT, stuff like that. You would need, like, definitely to go to those schools because they're only offered at that school. I would definitely understand that. Like metaphysics and all that crazy science shit. That would definitely be a Harvard, Yale, Stanford, MIT kind of thing, sure. But to get a degree in women's studies, you don't need that from Harvard. You can go to your local community college and probably get the same thing and save a lot more money.
Yes.
Anyway, back to justice. I was diverting from the point, just like other people who get in the way of the facts of the case getting out. And then, like, people see, like, with the Rittenhouse case, in my humble opinion, Heidi, you're fucked up. And please keep it up. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ, Heidi. God bless you. She is savage. So I'm trying to remember my train of thought. Goddamn, Heidi. People like all the facts of the matter. People thought that he shot two black guys. People thought that he shot first. I mean, well, someone else shot first, and it started everybody. It wasn't him who shot. There are so many facts of the matter that these mainstream media organizations were completely lying about. It was ridiculous, and I hope this cost them a lot of money. But they'll keep on. See, what they're going to end up doing is until these lawsuits start coming in, they're going to keep running their mouth about how much of an injustice this is that a 17-year-old kid defended himself from a child molester, a repeat domestic abuser and terrorizer of his family, and the idiot who had the assault charge with the gun. He's lucky he's alive, as I've said too. He is so lucky he's left. So's that black dude who, the Taekwondo master. Yes. All that other shit. He's lucky he's alive. And as for the recent case, the way the media is dodging this case that's going to come up, the guy who ran into the parade, they're saying it's an accident. There's a car crash. What do you mean a car crash? Did he hit any of the cars? No, he hit dozens of people. 60-something people I'm hearing. 6 fatalities so far. There's a bunch of kids in critical condition, so there might be more kids dead. And they're calling it a car crash. This is the media fuckery. I'll be telling people about. This is fucking insane. And there's some other stuff too by that case I heard about. And I'm gonna leave that alone for right now because we ain't talking about that case tonight. But what I want people to understand is, well, J-Mo, you might be crying some more, bro. So I mean, good luck with that, man. It's like I've cried so much in my life, I don't give a fuck no more. It's like that. Now I feel sad, but like the tears, it's like I'm just tired of crying. So fuck all that, you know. But I feel for their families. I am so sorry about that. I know they got a bunch of GoFundMes out there. I think, yeah. I'm sure there's quite a few GoFundMes for the victims. So I would just spend my energy, just maybe donate some money if you have extra money to donate to them. They need it. It's fucking ridiculous. I think one of the guys, J.J. Watt, he's from Waukesha, or whatever it's called, and I think he's paying for all their funerals.
Oh, word?
Yeah, now see, down there's a celebrity who's actually doing something. When a lot of these kids get shot in Akron, Ohio, or wherever the fuck LeBron James is from, and he pay for any funerals?
No.
He has the money to. No, he's too busy sucking China's dick.
And fake fighting.
Yeah, whole ass nigga. Look, and like when I insult somebody like LeBron James, Oprah Winfrey, or your second black president, Barack Hussein Obama, you know, when I insult them, I'm not shitting on them for what they've accomplished. No, I'm shitting on them for for what they've done besides what they've accomplished. You're the first black this, first black that, most successful this. Good job. But when I hear some of the shit coming out your mouth, I'm amazed. Like when Oprah said that she thinks that like some chip tooth cracker from the mountains of Allahatchie County, somewhere in West Virginia, would have more respect than her. She wears Gucci everything, bro. She probably has Gucci tires, and she thinks that. Like this is the dysfunction I'll be talking about.
Yeah. But like I said,
bailing out criminals. Yep.
Yeah,
Thank you, Kenobi. Bailing out fucking criminals.
They need it. They need to seem relatable to the masses. And it's like shame on them because they know what they're doing. But at the same time, it's like shame on the people for buying into this. Like I don't know who I end up more peeved at, because it's just like, and I guess people are influenced, and celebrity for some reason people are attracted to it. But like I said, they know they're manipulating these people into believing this shit. And imagine like if they, instead of crying about how downtrodden they are with, you know, their multi-million-dollar homes and you know, fleet of cars and all these other things, imagine if they say, hey, you know what? You have the same opportunity to accomplish everything that I've accomplished. Doesn't matter what your race is. Doesn't matter none of that stuff. Anybody can do it. Imagine how much more beneficial that would be instead of crying. Well, you know, we gotta hope we get them reparations one day because I need it, because I could use another extension on my home. Like, it's like, get the fuck out of here, man. It's just, I feel you, man. These people are disgusting. They're really disgusting.
They'll tell you what you can't do. That's amazing to me. This is the most dysfunctional shit. The people who did it tell you what you can't do. So that's that talented temp. That's some buffer Negroes. That's that's them. They'll keep you down there, you know. Okay. That shit disgusts me. It really angers me. Because they're so capable of doing a lot more. I'm not asking them to spend their money. I'm asking them to just spit some ways on, I won't say positive, but ways on how to do things. Look, it's like Denzel Washington said, and I got a lot of respect for Denzel said this. He was doing an interview on one of his movies, and a guy mentioned one of these cases, and he said immediately, I think it's more important what's happening in the home. Because by the time the system gets to him, the damage has already been done. He mentioned one of those Chicago legends, Lil Yummy, little 11-year-old murderer. Like, where's his father at? Where's his mother at? You know, he's out at night hanging out with gangbangers. Yeah, sure, the system's rigged. Why help it? And I was like, and see, they don't like talking to Denzel no more about that. They don't ask him no more questions like that, because they know he's gonna answer. Go to Don Cheadle for all that SJW shit. He'll eat that shit right up.
He done. I thought Don was a stand-up guy as I started hearing him talk.
Me too, man.
God
right.
damn it, Cheadle.
I think it's gonna get right. I think it's get to a point where some of these Hollywood agencies and these all these people, these big corporations. Hey, look, if you're working for my company, you have right to believe what you want to believe. But don't say that shit out loud. I don't want you to have any social media whatsoever. Just sign this contract. You can talk to that at home or at a party or something like that. But the minute you say some wild shit, and then they say, "Oh, he works for this company. We need you to fire him." I was like, you know what? I'll fire him immediately. That'd be like a stipulation I have if I own like the Fortune 500. Like, look, you can work here, you can wherever you want, you can be wherever you want, all sort of shit. But don't tie that shit to the company. And if you do some shit, you will immediately resign. I won't hear none. I don't give a fuck who it is. It could be the VP. And the VP couldn't, our VP couldn't manage a fucking Quiznos, much less the fucking country. She can't manage shit, bro. She managed to keep a bunch of innocent people locked up. I know that. Yeah, there's a monument to all the innocent black men she locked up, and Tulsi Gabbard exposed her ass. When I remember at that time, what was it, back in 2019, I think, when Tulsi Gabbard exposed her for all the bull, and she had no answers for her. She just sitting there with that grimace face she had. I'm thinking, like, this lady's done.
Yeah.
Only in a country as amazing as the United States could this woman be the vice president of the United States. Someone who's so soundly exposed by someone who I think has more sense. Look, she might be a globalist, Tulsi Gabbard, but then again, so's Hillary and so's Kamala. But at least she has some sense, Tulsi Gabbard. I would have voted for her if I didn't like who the Republican candidate was, or I was rather independent. But no, let's get. She just wants to have her name in lights. Yeah. She's one of them. And those people scare me the most because they do anything for power. That scares me. That's really scary. But hey, here we are.
Yeah, and the thing about that, like, if I was Kamala, and again, like I say, this is what disgusts me about all those people who celebrated that. Like, you were put in a situation that you didn't really earn. Like, I don't want anything that I didn't earn. It was just like you're a gimmick. He said basically, I'm gonna get a black female VP. So it's not that I'm the best candidate out there. It's not that it's just because I fit the narrative that he needs, right? So it's not that I'm competing about everybody who is in this position, and then to take it, you should feel like a scumbag. But again, that's what she's been doing all her life. It's been getting gifted positions, being handed, titles that she never really earned. And, somehow leveling up, bowing down a little bit, putting in a little work and leveling up some more. But, and, it's gotten her where she's wanted to get. So, I mean, it's very unfortunate, but I guess, hey, that's that oppression on black women that we have so much of in this country that you can hit your knees and become a VP. But anyway, it's just, it's a wild thing. It's a wild fucking thing. But, here we are.
Yeah. How did I didn't see Morgan? Did Don try to give Morgan a handy under the table? He seems like the kind of degenerate that would do that. I don't like this guy. And Ray Johnson, the son. Oh yeah, they probably own that entire city. They probably had a bunch of chemical spills and kids growing up with fish hands and shit, and they just paid them and just made it go away kind of shit. This is becoming an oligarchy, a corporate oligarchy. This country. It reminds me of Blade Runner. I mentioned that too. That's where it's going to lead up into. Small businesses are gone. Justice is skewed. So I'll get back to the term of justice. So and that frightens me. I hope there's a turnaround. We'll see. But as for these cases, we just need the facts to be presented the right way and need an impartial jury. And hopefully both sides come to the table with the right. Now, unlike the Kyle case, that shit, the prosecution was just fucking retarded. I mean, Jesus Christ. I mean, it's insane. And then your star witness basically hands the defense like a layup. And then the prosecution, he was like he put his hand in his head, like, fuck, bro. Like, you said that, nigga, you should have lied, man. Because he got a DUI right before this case happened. There's actually, I've seen the police video of him. Like those body cam videos they put on YouTube time to time. Gage right there, yeah. And they waved that. Hey, come testify in this trial. How many black millionaires invest in the community? Maybe Master P. Nipsey was one. Well, he might have been close to a millionaire, but we saw that ended up. Be a small handful. They might not be saying they're investing though, so there might be a handful. Yeah. They might just be in their small neck of the woods, and I understand that. Yeah, and if I was them, I wouldn't go back there. You see what happened. Yeah,
I think that's what's happening. Because even that dude, like they were talking about Dolph, he was giving out some little scholarships, and he had done some things around there. And remember what I tell y'all, what happened. I said it's probably some little peon under the radar ass niggas who want to get some clout for themselves. Probably popped them. And guess what it turned out to be? Some little local, well, allegedly. I don't think anybody charged has been filed, but like I said, the internet's been doing their investigations. That's crazy, right? The only time niggas give a fuck when a nigga gets killed is if it's a rapper. Then they'll go and they'll go find out he's not making no more mixtape. We got to figure out who killed him. I was looking forward to that. And so now they've done all the due diligence. They didn't find out whose car was in the corner in the picture and this. And so they didn't figured out there's a couple of ties to some little local Memphis rappers. And, there it is, right? And that's who it allegedly is. I don't know if any charges have been filed or what. But like I said, motherfuckers for clout, dog. Like, but hey, Black Lives Matter. For some reason, we supposed to give a fuck. And I tell motherfuckers, like, these people don't give a shit. A gangster in this day and age is not like, the romanticized gangsters of back in the day. This ain't the Nino Browns throwing turkeys out, right? Niggas ain't giving out no turkeys. They stealing the turkeys, goddamn. Like, it's a different situation.
Yeah.
And so
it's fucking ridiculous.
Yeah. Envy is a motherfucker.
Damn. I'm sorry, I was reading some news real quick. 2 2-year-olds were shot, I think, in a week period. I think they both lived, I would hope so. But an 8-year-old got murdered in Iowa. Wow. And if I'm correct, they're all black. So I would have more issues with, but look, I've said this before. They don't care, so why are we bringing it up anymore? What's the point? Mm-hmm. They don't give a shit. You don't see any celebrities giving a shit. Every once in a while, mattering on the ridiculous tragedy of the matter. Like Hideo Pendleton. She sang it on Obama's inauguration, so they had to show up to the funeral. You have to at that point. Yeah. And it's just like every once in a while to be one of those cases where we got to show up for that. But but other cases where kids get killed, like Ken and Hennett, the 5-year-old boy got his brains blown out by some deranged thug that lived right next door to him. And the shit they were saying about this boy's family was insane. Saying like he drugged that black man. That black man, he's innocent. All this other shit. But literally, broad daylight, he blew a 5-year-old boy's brains out. A little white kid. And I ain't heard shit about that case. This is insane.
Mm-hmm. And that's the thing we got to stop doing.
Just the wrong skin tone.
Yeah.
What's up?
That's the thing we got to stop doing too. Is like, and we are like, even when I was talking about yesterday, everybody wants to be tit for tat, or they feel like they're getting tit for tat. Niggas was talking about. I remember that case. They were talking, oh yeah, the white guy was selling them drugs, and he owed him some drug money, and he was doing it. It's just like, and niggas will come out and just make up stories, dog. Like I talked about it a long time ago. There's a nigga who hears the news before everybody else, and he just, I don't know who this random nigga is. He's probably on Soros's payroll, and he just spews the fucking information, and people just start running with it and believing the shit, and just start, well, yeah, he was doing this, like, a bunch of motherfuckers reading headlines and just saying some anything because it's emotionally, it triggers them emotionally, and they just fucking, they don't want, you're tired of the black person or whatever being labeled in such a way. Well, if you're tired of that, stop fucking glorifying the shit. That's the only way. You get that to stop happening. You stop glorifying it. You start shaming motherfuckers for that type of behavior. You just stop having kids from the niggas doing all that shit. And so your little runt won't turn out the same way. And, just up the standards and, distance yourself from that type of shit. And motherfuckers might stop labeling you that way instead of trying to lie about it. Motherfuckers are fucking scumbags. But, it is what it is.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Man, facts, bro. Hey, Kenobi. Hey, facts, bro. See, he knows who the first black president was. Bill Clinton was the first black president. If you ask black people at this point, so shout out to you, fucking +1. Give that man a thumbs up or whatever you give people on YouTube. I don't know. They're gonna remove likes and dislikes at one point. So what's the plus and point? That's a participation award ass shit right there. But I see John's John's on hold, so I don't definitely want to hold y'all up. Shout out to John. But yeah, man, the media, these politicians, they like to throw this bullshit and fuck with the facts of the matter of the case, and they're still going to run with this narrative.
Yeah.
Kenobi, you good, brother. I appreciate that. It's insane. So I just hope that there's repercussions. See, I think social media is definitely a key part of it. People act like there's no repercussions for their actions. That has to stop. Actions have consequences. Cause and effect. Straight up. There needs to be accountability from the media, these politicians, all this shit, because they're fucking our lives.
Right.
And I'm not going to say what I'm going to say because that might be a bit extreme. So I'm gonna stop right there. I'm gonna brush my beard, and that's all I got, man. That's all I got a little beard going on. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I need to put some Murray's pomade on this bitch.
Oh shit, this shit gonna last forever. They say one can is a lifetime supply.
Get big shiny. Hell yeah. There's just one can. One can is a lifetime supply. That's all I got, Honcho. I mean, hopefully just the facts of the matter were fully presented and the jury made an impartial decision in both cases. At least these two ones. And hopefully the upcoming one with this YouTube rapper and his fucking dude, fuck that dude, bro. That's all I gotta say.
Yeah, fuck piece of shit. Like I say, no matter what it is, whether it was intentional, non-intentional, whatever the fuck it is, he deserves to be tarred, feathered, and hung. I'm just saying this to trigger niggas, because niggas are like, oh, well, you can't believe you said that. Yeah, fuck him. He's a piece of shit. He's a fucking piece of shit. Yeah, like the kid ain't do nothing. Like people who get and especially niggas who try to blame children, the offspring of motherfuckers, like who had nothing to do with nothing.
Wow.
Y'all like those are the worst type of motherfuckers. Like it's a child, bro. Motherfuckers don't know no better. So yeah, fuck them.
Disgusting. That's all I got, man.
All right,
you have a good night, bro.
You too, sir. I appreciate the call, sir, and you have a good evening.
All right, man. Y'all take care.
All right. What's the motherfucking deal? Who do we have calling into the den this evening?
Good evening, Honcho. This is John from New York. How you been?
I'm doing all right, John, my favorite New Yorker. Been a little bit. How are things going for you, sir?
Oh, things are going just splendid over here. How about for yourself?
No complaints, no complaints. Looking to gain a few pounds tomorrow. Kind of started a little bit early, so we'll leave it at that.
Yeah. Yeah, I think we all started a little bit early, like about a year and a half early.
Yeah, so the way she's been going, I can't lie, absolutely. So, what's on your
So,
mind this evening, Mr. John?
yeah, between the Rittenhouse trial and the McMichael's trial, I know I had a couple of opinions, and I know that they're both controversial trials because they both somehow revolved around race, and that's always a moneymaker for corporate media.
Yes.
So I just figured I'd call in and voice some of my opinions.
Okay. Okay. I'd like to hear what you got to say.
Um, it's a shame that the country is where it is, which in my opinion is very similar to where it's always been in.
Mhm.
But I mean, it is what it is. It's not going to change. You're never going to get everybody on board to think the same way. So sometimes it kind of like frustrates me that we even have these conversations.
Yeah.
But I mean, I think both cases there was enough reason to find them both guilty, Rittenhouse and the McMichaels and the other guy that was with the McMichaels,
Mhm.
but for different reasons. Like with the Rittenhouse case, I felt that it was self-defense and that should have been not guilty, which that was the ultimate verdict. I thought they were going to get him on the gun charge
Mhm.
because because he was under 18, but then it ended up being that only counted for guns that were above a certain length for someone who was his age, and because his AR was whatever length, it didn't meet the requirements, so that's why they dropped the charges. So I initially thought they were going to just bust him on that, like, all right, listen, we can't give him not guilty across the board. It'll look bad, blah blah blah. The jurors will be intimidated to put him not guilty. And then when they took that off, when the judge dropped that charge because it wasn't valid, because of the gun measurement, I was like, I actually thought it was going to work against Kyle's defense team. I thought that now the jurors are going to be like, well, like even if we wanted to kind of give him a pass, now we really can't because the only thing that's left is like murder, or whatever, manslaughter, whatever's on there. So, but he ended up being found not guilty on all counts. I agreed with it. And then after I learned about the details of that gun charge, why it was dropped, and I understood, okay, that he's not guilty. He shouldn't have been guilty of that anyway. And in my opinion, nobody really cares about the facts. I think the reason why most people are raging is a combination of their lack of knowledge about the details of the trial. The fact that they just want something to rage at, the fact that Kyle is appears to be a young white man, and I think the left is also pissed because now they feel like shit. We can't send out whatever group of people to burn, loot, riot, whatever, and not have somebody shoot at us. So I think they know what's up. They know that people are getting sick of it, and they know that if Kyle was found, which he was found innocent, that it was going to kind of like embolden people to maybe stick up for their communities a little more, a little tougher. Which it's easy to burn down someone's home or someone's business when no one's shooting at you and no one's trying to beat you back.
Yes.
So I think that's the outrage around that. And then with the McMichaels, I felt that they were guilty. I didn't think that they were guilty of like life in prison. I think one of them I think the younger one got malice murder, which I didn't even know what that was until today. But it's like, should they have gone outside and done what they've done? No. If you were gonna follow the guy, like you and I had this conversation probably like a year ago, just follow him from a distance, just so like you could tell the police what directions he's running in or where he's at. You shouldn't get that. If you thought that he was dangerous enough to where you needed a gun to possibly defend yourself, you probably shouldn't have gotten that close to him. You probably shouldn't have tried to stop him yourself. Do I think that, in my opinion, do I think that they left the house and say, "Hey, we're going to kill this guy"? I don't know. I can't. You really kind of tough to prove, what someone was thinking in their head. So, like, I thought all three of them were going to be found guilty on something. I didn't think they're going to be found guilty across the board. I would have I would have thought like, okay, the dad and the son, you give them manslaughter, a 15 to 20 year sentence. They probably serve 8 to 12 years and they're out. And then the guy who was known, I guess he's known as the camera guy. He's the guy who was. I felt like life in prison was kind of like a bit much for him.
Yeah.
I mean, like, yeah, he was a part of it. Yeah, he was in the car, but like, was his intent to kill the guy? Was his intent to see him get murdered? That's like, I don't know how they came to that conclusion. Like, was he a part of it? Yeah. Like, it's like, does the guy who drives the bank robber to the bank get the exact same sentence as the bank robber? I don't know. Maybe they do. I don't know, like in the court of law, but I'm just thinking like it's one thing to commit the crime and it's another thing to help someone commit the crime.
I think it depends on where it is. I know that a lot of places will, tie you in with association and you'll catch, the same charge as someone else because there's a situation a little bit more personal I was kind of familiar with, but that kind of happened to somebody. They weren't actually the perpetrator, but they were along with him and they kind of caught the same charge. So that's what I was thinking was going on. And, if he didn't show any signs of trying to, maybe deter it or, stop it, I think that might have worked against it.
Yeah. And, it involves race. Both cases, in one way or another, involve race. I mean, Ahmaud Arbery is more obvious, why it would involve race. And then the Rittenhouse, because I heard them say because he shot white guys, but those white guys were quote unquote protesting for Black Lives Matters, and I'm just like, wow, it's like people will people will try and squeeze blood out of a rock if they could, and everyone's saying like, oh, if Kyle was black, and then how it would have gone, and I'm just like, well, I got a better one for you. How about we leave Kyle as white? But we change the people that he shot to black. Don't change anything but their skin color. The medic guy who supposedly had a felony wasn't even allowed to have a handgun. Don't change anything about his background. Just make him a black guy instead of whatever you want. I think he was a white guy. The guy Rosenbaum, who was the 5-time. Let me be professional. Allegedly 5-time.
Well, that motherfucker did that shit. Fuck you. Fucking pervert. Fucking piece of shit. That's what it was.
Like if he was black instead of white, same scenario. The skateboard guy hitting Kyle in the neck. Jump kick guy I believe was a black man. So if you just change the other 3 to black and nothing else, like. I wonder, like that to me would have been the interesting play. Like, what would have happened then? Would the jurors have felt like, maybe some type of white guilt or intimidation to give a 5 count of not guilty? That to me, that's the question, because there was, I believe, 2 cases. One of them I know was a guy I think named Andrew Coffey, who shot and I believe killed 2 police officers. And he claimed self-defense, but I believe his girlfriend died in the gunfight as well. And he was found not guilty of shooting. A black man was found not guilty of shooting 2 police officers, but he was found guilty of having the gun, illegal gun charge, because he was a convicted felon, so he couldn't have the gun. So I mean, and yeah, I get it. Like he shouldn't have had the gun, So it's pick your poison, don't have the gun and maybe you get shot, or you do have the gun and you live, but now you got to go to jail for the gun charge. Yeah. And then, it was just on my mind and I blanked out. And Breonna Taylor's boyfriend, yes, who was shooting back at the police, he didn't get charged for anything. No. So, it's just, and I said this in one of my videos. I said in the video about the video where you played of the lady with the dreads who said that her white boyfriend's family was racist, and she was explaining all the things that they said to her that's racist.
Those are the alleged things.
Where, yeah, I said this is why I try not to have these conversations with strangers, is because like it is you like, okay, I'll say me as a white person. no, not even me as a white person, me as someone who has removed my emotions from the situation that involves race, which may be more easier for a white person to do. Um, I'll be arguing the actual situation, the events that took place. I'll sit there and I'll think about it, and I'll give my what I believe to be logical evaluation. But when you speak to one of these, say, diehard Black Lives Matter supporters, or maybe like someone on the far left for liberals, they're looking at it as how they feel in society, how society treats people, how they view the world as someone who's not like you. So here I'll be arguing this actual thing that happened, and they're arguing about systemic oppression and systemic this, and it's like they're coming from an emotional standpoint, and you're never gonna be able to see eye to eye because you're talking about two different things. You're arguing two different things. And in my video, I said, just don't even bother talking to those people. When they demonstrate to you that they're willing to evaluate the actual situation for what it is in the moment, then fine, have the conversation with them. And I think that's the biggest issue. Everyone's like, I actually noticed that on Twitter, the Ahmaud Arbery hashtag wasn't trending, and I thought it was very quickly after it happened. It didn't trend for that long. It was at least as long as I thought such a big case would trend for. Mm-hmm. And I believe it's because now people are kind of like, well, what is there to bitch about? Like, exactly. They were found guilty. What can we say? Like, America's justice system is not fair, and every single conservative and non-white person is going to come out and be like, hey, look here, like, you got your guilty verdict. Yeah. What's that? And Andrew Coffey and Breonna Taylor's boyfriend. And, so I feel like some people are just looking for a reason to complain. And, the media is, in my opinion, flaming the fire, and I think it's fucking it's horrible.
Yeah, that's crazy. But the thing about it is, even those like those people you mentioned, not having those conversations with, these are the people who are spreading the most misinformation. I don't know how many people I saw that would have sworn to you up and down that Kyle killed black men. Like I saw it. I want to say it was on the James Madison University. This was like their official. I can't remember if it was the Instagram or Snapchat, whatever it was. And the guy's like, I gotta take a break because, he's found not guilty of killing two beautiful black lives, and he just, got away with it. And it was like, what? Wait, you're what? And I shared it in the Discord, I believe, but we share a lot of things that might not be all the way suitable for YouTube. We share in there, but and I'm just like people are really just saying the most outrageous things, and then they're not informed, and because they're listening to these media sites or these media talking heads that have an agenda that deliberately misinterpret the information, so other people take it and run with it and get upset about it, get angry about it. But it's like, don't you think it would matter to know? And again, if you're calling a pedo a beautiful black life that you obviously don't know nothing about, or a fucking domestic abuser, and you're calling this, there's nothing beautiful about it, and definitely not black. And it's just like I said, people are spewing this shit, pass it along. I talked to a couple people who were in the den and in the Discord, other certain channels that had no idea that they were all white men, because like I say, you hear other people talk without the information, and misinformation gets spread rapidly, but the correction never happens.
How does that disconnect happen during the information age? How do you it's not even like, I thought he shot like two white guys and a black guy. Like, how do you completely get the opposite information in the information age that we live in? The social media, TV, you still have radio, co-workers talk. Like, how do you I have to believe that it's a joke. Like, these people really don't believe that. They just say that to, start a conversation on TV.
I would think what I would think is that maybe for some people it's too much information. And so instead of actually, getting the details of the information, you just kind of get the headline. And we know what they do with the headlines. They sensationalize them. And so instead of actually reading it or, finding out what's going on, they just kind of take that snippet and they run with that. And I found myself guilty of doing it a time or two too, saw a little headline and go back and read, okay, well, they got me. But, and I think that's what happens is somebody will read a headline and they'll just pass the information along. And then I think, we kind of have this, depending on who it is, we automatically view certain friends or family members or people that, okay, hey, we take their opinion almost as fact, because we just expect them, we're trustworthy of them or whatever it may be. And so they tell us something and then we kind of take it and then spread it to somebody else and, not end up doing our due diligence. And then I think it just kind of goes. Then you have so many people who just listen to fucking celebrities and they don't know shit. And they heard a celebrity say something and so they just spread it, because fucking LeBron said some shit. Yeah, he tweeted a thing and he was mad about it. I'm mad about it too.
LeBron, can I cut you off? That shit that LeBron tweeted about with Kyle crying on the stand. What a fucking piece of shit.
Yeah.
Like, what a fucking piece of shit. You know what I mean? Like I know what he's doing. He's trying to be the new race pimp. Yeah. And he's over there in California. He's got to get movie deals and this deal as when he retires. I believe he already has some kind of a company that does something with film. He's got to cozy up to these fucking white liberals to push a fucking, to push their fucking little, race hatred division in America. And like, what a fucking piece of shit. Like, and he has, I believe, what, 2 sons and a daughter?
Yes.
And I know he has at least 2 sons, right?
Yes.
And they're teenagers. Like you damn well know if something happened to your son, whether he was a victim of something or whether he was trying to defend himself in some situation, you damn well know if a bunch of white people tweeted your fucking son on the stage, like, look at this little bitch boy fucking crying. Look at him crying. What's the matter? Fucking daddy's money ain't helping you. You damn well know. He'd be like, oh, racism. Oh. Like, what a fucking piece of shit. A grown-ass fucking man taunting taunting half of America through the use of a fucking 17 or 18-year-old child crying on a fucking stand, facing, what a fucking loser. What a fucking loser. He's on page 2 of the Malcolm X book.
Oh, man. Go reread the intro table of contents.
Yeah, like, listen, I could be a real fucking douchebag at times, and I wouldn't even do that. Yeah. I wouldn't, okay? Like, what? And you have 2 or 3 teenage kids, 2 of them being young black boys. You damn well know what you were doing, and you're a piece of shit for it. You're a piece of shit. And I'm being nice. You're a piece of shit. I was that shit. Like, I was like, wow, to be in the position that you're in, for anyone to do it, but for you to be in the position that you're in, to fucking do that.
Yeah, as I say, again, that's in a severe situation. I agree with you, Cordova. Like, you're talking about, I have to recant a statement, or not recant it, but I have to make a statement on something that could cost me, the rest of my life. There's a lot of pressure on that, and he's a young man. I get that he might maybe make some bad decisions along the way. I would think so. But, we were all that age once, and there's things that, you try to do to prove you're a man and, or, that you belong to big boys and things like that. LeBron cries over a slightly sprained ankle and come running back on the fucking court. At that age, he was getting gifted Hummers and, playing basketball, and his mom was out doing who knows what. Like, again, this is a level of pressure that, no NBA championship or anything like that could ever amount to. So, and he's cried for much less. So again, like I said, I don't value anything LeBron has to say.
Yeah, I was just shocked that he's like, young black men are being hunted down in this country. I think he did that. I think he said that after the Ahmaud Arbery incident just happened. Like last year, whenever that happened. And I'm just thinking in my head, like, first of all, you left the black neighborhood because you didn't want to be hunted by other black men. That's number one. Number two, you probably live in a neighborhood that has its own private police, and there's probably 3 police officers to parole the whole fucking 5 blocks because there's enough property taxes paid amongst all you rich folks that you only need fucking 3 police officers for the 5 blocks. And third of all, why would you put that kind of negative energy around you? You have a target on your back in many ways. People want to see you fail on the basketball court. People want to see you fail in your business life. People want to see you lose all your money. Some people might want to see you lose your life. There's some crazy people out there.
Yeah.
Why would you put that kind of energy on your back? And if white people, because let's be honest, he's talking to white America. If white people were so evil and so racist, and these white supremacists running the streets, and white supremacists these days don't wear hoods, they wear police badges. Why put that kind of bullseye on your back? Especially as a young black man in America, right? The most racist country in the world. You're a fucking idiot. And I think personally he doesn't believe what he's writing. He thinks he's just fine. He loves America. You know, like, it's just so. And the reason why I point that out is just, I believe a lot of people don't really believe what they're saying in terms of when they paint America to be as bad as they're trying to say it is. You know, I saw someone in your chat room a little earlier say that, you know, the problem with America is the class struggle and the rich are too rich and the poor are too poor. Okay. But the problem is somewhere around 65% of the billionaires in this country started off broke. They came from immigrant families who came to this country with nothing. They started poor. I mean, no one's going to sit here and say that Jay-Z was fucking high upper class when he started, Rockefeller and building his empire. You know, was Beyonce upper class? You know, didn't Bill Gates started out of his garage? I think he was a middle class family. I mean, there's so many scenarios of people. There's a couple of I think Carlos Slim was dead broke when he first started. So, although I think he became an American after he was already rich. But my whole point is, there's plenty of people on the current Forbes 400 list and roughly 65% of them started either broke or barely middle class. So at the end of the day, people have to really take their fucking pacifier out of their mouth, take the fucking stick out of their ass, and realize that not everybody's going to make it in life the way you think they should make it. You know, the harder you work, the luckier you get. Unfortunately, some people just never get lucky. But most people, if they work hard, will get into a better position than they were in before they started working hard. And and this is why we need more two-parent homes again, and we need more toxic masculinity like we had back in the day, because these kids need to get the fucking asses whooped, to be taught that the fucking real world out there is cold. It's cold. Buy a fucking coat when you go outside. It's a cold world out there. Fucking, I want everything to be equal and fair. Yeah, it's me too. It's a beautiful thing, but wake the fuck up. That's not reality. It's either kill or be killed, play or be played, dominate or be dominated. That's it. That's the real world out there. Jesus Christ.
Oh, that's funny. It makes me think of a talk I just had recently with the little one. They lost their little championship game, and I laid it on pretty thick. Probably, no, I don't think I overdid it. I don't think you'd ever overdo it. And she was bawling. I'm like, well, that's life. That's the way it is. When you decide those times you decided to fuck around instead of getting out there practicing, those shots you miss, those the shots you should have been working on. And just, yeah, I think she came to a realization that day, and she kind of made me laugh because I stated a few things similar to that.
Yeah, y'all wasn't with me shooting in the gym.
Yeah, but I mean, I 100% agree with you. And again, you know, if it was so terrible, the two things I never see anybody ever do when they talk, you know, distasteful of America is, you never give me a better example of where people are in a better situation than here. And you can never explain why people are risking their lives from all these other countries every day trying to be here. If it's such a terrible place, if it's just as awful as you say it is, you know, you've got thousands of people daily trying to come here. Like I said, you know, and again, why?
Oh, that reminds me. I saw a YouTube short today. This, I believe, I don't know who it was, but it looked like, it was a white lady, but I believe it was like she had a podcast and she was interviewing this guy. And I think it was Gavin McGinnis or something like that. The guy, I think, who started the Proud Boys or something. And I was watching it, and she was saying like how America's a horrible place. You know, basically, that typical liberal talking point. And this guy says to her, he goes, "Well, you know, as opposed to where? We're the greatest country in the world. Where's better than us?" And she was like getting ready to say something, but you could tell she was thinking while she was trying to say it. And he goes, "What are you going to name? A Northern European country?" He's like, "Okay, well, they're more white than us. So you saying that we need to be more white?" He's like, "The only countries in the world that have it better than America are countries that are more homogenous to white people." He's like, he goes, where we say East Europe? Okay, so you're for communism? He's like, so tell me, where is it better than America? He's like, we built the greatest nation in the world, but yet we have to sit here and be told that we're evil people. Oh yeah, because she said like we have to be responsible for what we did. And I'm in my head, I'm like, I'm not responsible for anybody. Fuck, I'm responsible for myself. It's like, and on top of that, responsible for what? Building the greatest country in the world. And I said to him like, it's funny is like this guy would get called like a white supremacist on TV, but yet he didn't say anything like incorrect. He didn't say anything evil. He didn't say anything hateful. He just basically stated something like, so where do you suggest is better than America that's not mostly white? And the lady was stumped. She couldn't say anything. She was literally, look on her face, you could tell she like, he knew at this moment he had fucked up.
Yeah, and that's all I'm saying, because even with all the, especially like with black folks, I talk about, it's this and that in Africa. In Africa, it's a lot worse, one, because you don't have a lot of the opportunity, but you want to talk about law enforcement and issues like that, all you got to do is go to, Kenya Twitter, or
Nigeria.
Yeah, Nigeria, and just listen to the shit they talk about. They talk about how the cops will fucking pull you over and fucking extort you right then and there. Talking about Americans coming over, like they'll fucking just stop them randomly and take all their fucking money and all kind of other random things. Like I say, so nowhere you go is perfect. You can feel like, I guess maybe there's better opportunity there, but you're gonna miss out on a lot of things. And but I guess people don't see it like that, or they don't think of it like that. You got to take the good with the bad. No, there's never going to be a perfect place. There is no perfect utopia, but the place where you can take advantage of, the opportunities there and make the best life for yourself. That's where you need to be.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, no place is perfect. I mean, and I guess I shouldn't say I guess everyone has the right to voice their opinion. But I think it's ridiculous that people think we're going to get to some utopia. It hasn't happened since the beginning of time, but it's going to happen tomorrow. Come on.
Yeah.
Who the hell's saying? Who's Sarah? What's Sarah talking about? Someone wants to debate me?
I think they are being. I think they're up to their tactics.
Oh, okay. Well, whoever Shauna is, good evening to you. I hope you had a wonderful day, and you'll have a wonderful Thanksgiving tomorrow.
And peacefully proceed. Heidi is a terrible person. Oh my God.
What were your thoughts on the Ahmaud Arbery verdict?
Like I said, I felt like that was going to be the outcome. Like I said, my whole deal is, regardless of history, because I know a lot of people say, oh, he did this and he did that, and I get it. And the same thing, even in the time like with Kyle, all that stuff came in retrospect, But at that time, they were attacking Kyle, and he did what he had to do. In this situation, he wasn't, at that moment, attacking them. Like I said, I felt like they went and they pursued him and, escalated the situation. I kind of agree with you. They should have, hey, if you see he's up to something, follow behind him, figure it out. Had there been accusations, could he have possibly been the guy that was in the neighborhood doing it? Because he has a rap sheet for stealing from Walmart and all that other stuff. Yeah, it could have been him, but you don't know that at the time. And so, like I said, you took a decision upon yourself to kind of push something where it didn't really need to go. And then even if you did call law enforcement or whoever else, and then you should have, like I said, allowed them to handle it and just provided them with the necessary information and, go from there instead of trying to take it into your own hands. So I felt like they made the right decision. I didn't think that they were going to hit with all the charges too, but ultimately I figured that they probably would.
Do you think that the cameraman should have got life as well?
No, I don't think he should have, but like I said, I understand, in my opinion, like I said, that guilty by association thing is what I feel like they kind of tied into it. Like I said, if he didn't, try to de-escalate the situation, prevent the situation, I figured that they would just, lump him in with everything else. But I do think it's a little bit harsh just for, filming the shit. Because if that's the case, there's a lot of motherfuckers who probably deserve some jail time for some of the shit they've recorded and not prevent it from happening.
Yeah. You know what happened today, Honcho?
What's that?
I posted my first short and it was me. It was me saying that children are the most children are the most disrespected people in this country. Children are the most unprotected children. Children are the most unprotected group in this country, and whatever the rest of that Malcolm X quote was.
Yes.
What was it? Most disrespected, most unprotected.
Was it neglected, disrespected, unprotected? Or
It was disrespected, then the most unprotected, and I'm blanking out because I said it. I posted it earlier, and there was something else. The most something else, and I just changed black woman to children because that's what I genuinely believe it is. And I'm like, somebody disliked it. Somebody actually thought that children aren't the most vulnerable group in this country, in this world.
Like,
a defenseless young human being. What'd you say? What's the what?
So somebody like, fuck them kids, goddamn.
Yeah, I said it must have been a mother. Like who would disagree with that children who cannot fend for themselves would be the most, you know what I mean? Like, anything you do to an adult is automatically worse when you do it to a child. And somebody disliked it.
I got some thoughts and some ideas on that. I could imagine who it would be, and it could possibly be a person who you may have replaced in that statement. Because I've just seen the modern day, some of the shit that I've seen, and when I start speaking on this, people say, "Oh, you're bashing and you're doing this." I don't think that y'all are in some of the spaces that I've been in and see some of the things I see. Some of the guys maybe have, but women, I don't think they traditionally go where guys go when we venture into the interwebs. And you see women say some of the most outrageous things. You see women say some of the most disrespectful things, and generally a particular kind of woman I've seen say some of the most just mind-boggling things you would just never imagine, and so I wouldn't be surprised if that's who disliked your statement.
I think it was most. What was it? Most, because now this is bothering me because I know the quote and I'm blanking out. Most disrespected, the most unprotected. I think the most mistreated was the third one.
Mistreated. I forgot. So much harder. Yeah, it's again, we live in a world where I guess I don't know. I think
the most neglected. I just sorry to cut you off. I just googled it. Most neglected was the third one.
Okay, that's what I thought it was. I thought it was just in a different order. But yeah, it's man. We're in a day and age where I think I don't know. I think they said what '80s was the selfish decade. I think that's where we're.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I read something that made me laugh. Go ahead.
But yeah, I think we're back to that. I think they say shit is cyclical. I think we're back to that selfish time period in America. I think the 2020 is going to be like the 80s. You got to go get it. It's everybody for self. But it is what it is.
I made a video about that Zach Stacy thing. The Zach Stacy domestic violence, alleged domestic violence video. And I said, because I saw a lot of people basically, saying like, this is why you can't date black men. This is why interracial couples shouldn't exist. This is why white women this, black men that. And I'm just like, wow, what a bunch of fucking losers. And in my video, I said, what Zach Stacy did on that video is absolutely disgusting. It's horrific. It's appalling. It's every bad name in the book. I said, but don't let this man or Chad Wheeler be the poster child for all men in America, or let Zach be the poster child for all black men. And do you know that, and YouTube deleted the comments, do you know there was black women leaving comments on my video like, you're being neutral to black men? And I'm like, man, I'm like, neutral? I'm like, what? 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 Neutral?
There's a war going on, John, and it's a
oh yeah, I know. I unfortunately I know too much about it, but I just found it disgusting that someone said I was trying to be neutral. No, it's common sense. Like I know not all white people are racist. So if someone said all white people are racist, I like, how dare you paint such a broad brush of a group? And we shouldn't do it to anyone else either. It's like, how dumb do you have to be to say, you're trying to be neutral when you're just trying to say common sense, which is that not everyone from a group is the same.
Right.
And definitely not the same in a bad way. It's like, how fucking pathetic. And then someone left a comment saying that, like those people who are bashing those interracial relationships are just saying it because, they're sick and tired of black men treating white women better, and then this happens, and I'm just like, that's where your mind is at. Like that's where your mind is at. Like, to fight your little fucking stupid gender war, and like, it's fucking pathetic.
People are crazy. I did learn after like looking at some stuff on that. I learned some new racial terms, and I'm trying to implement them into my vocabulary because I think racist terminology is funny for some reason. But apparently, white women who date black men are known as coal burners.
What?
Yeah.
That's a new one. I never heard that one.
Yeah, I was. I forgot I was on a. Can't remember who else. Somebody on Twitter, and it was a particular account. I don't think it was under Libs at TikTok. It was something like it was that one or one of the other more conservative ones. And I was just looking at people's thoughts and things on it, and some people were just gonna say piece of shit, all that kind of stuff. And then I kept seeing, well, that's what those coal burners get for dating black guys and doing all this. And I'm like, coal burner, and it didn't click at first. And I'm like, oh, and then I'm like, wow, that's definitely a new one. I'm gonna have to figure out how I can utilize that some way.
It was insane. Like, it's just so pathetic. I said in my video, and that's why I think that's demonetized. I was like, listen, if you're a racist, if you're a bigot, just say it. Just like, if you have hate in your heart, just let it out.
Yeah.
I said, just say it. I said, you hate all women, you hate all men, just say it. You hate interracial couples, just say it. Be at peace with yourself. Just let it out. And I think that's why YouTube demonetized me.
That's what I said. Like, people should just be honest. And again, like I say, if you like, just be that. Who cares? Like, own that shit. Take it. If you truly feel that way, just be that way. I think that it would benefit everybody if people were just more honest. I say I like an overt more than a covert. So
it's 2021. Do the same thing that people have been doing since the beginning of time. Love who you want to love. Trust who treats you right. Be with who makes you feel wanted, desired, and beautiful. That there's a saying that I've heard black people say. Not all my skin folk are my kinfolk. Something like that. Yeah. I think it should be not all my kinfolk are my skin folk.
Oh.
No, not all my kinfolk are my skinfolk, meaning not everybody who views you as your brother, as a brother or sister or a friend is going to have the same skin color as you.
Correct.
So flip it around, So, that's it. This is enough with the bullshit, people. Yeah. And I see that Dave's calling. Is that a cue? Do you want to talk to Dave?
I don't care about Dave. Dave, this is the thing about Dave. Dave just he's gonna want to get in the chat under the false pretenses of wanting to have a debate. But what Dave wants to do is just get on the line, spew a bunch of nonsense, and hang up and run away from a real conversation. So I have no interest in really entertaining Dave. But if we get to him, we get to him. If not, then
do you want me to do a debate with Dave?
I'll be honest with you, it would be a waste of your time. You have more valuable things to do. Dave has nothing but like Stormfront talking points. And then he's like, he's going to spew a bunch of shit, or he's going to say a bunch of things that, conversations that we've genuinely had about, whether it be race relations or different things that we actually have genuine concern for these things, but he just wants to say things and he wants to be heard. I don't think Dave has a lot of friends.
Should we do a 3-way call with Dave?
Let me see if Dave, I don't know if I can put him up if he's on hold, but we'll see. This is what Dave calls anonymously because he doesn't want I guess he doesn't want to be found out. It's not like I care. I would never call Dave. I would never call him. But we see if Dave wants to call in, and then maybe I don't know if I can. I don't think I can add him because he's calling anonymously, so I wouldn't be able to do it. Let me see if I have. Um,
Louis wants me to go away.
no, I'd have to hang up and do a whole different thing. So it's not a big deal. It's not a.
No sweat. I could tell you're not too excited to talk to him anyway.
Yeah, I mean, like I already know what everything he's going to say, and he's going to, like I say, because I've tried to have a conversation with Dave twice, right? And both times, you're not letting me speak, let him speak, have his whole say, and then when it comes time for me to speak my piece, he just hangs up and runs away like a little bitch. So, like I said, I have no real interest in entertaining Dave. What is it? Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. So it's kind of one of those things. Like, I gave him 2 opportunities to really have a genuine discussion, and I say he just spews a bunch of nonsense, and then, it's like if he had something to say, like, I would entertain. Y'all know me. I'll have a conversation with anybody, but it's not really a conversation. So I think he's off his meds.
Love you too. I love you too, Louie. I love everyone in the chat. I love you, Honcho. Everybody, my parting statement is: don't let the media get you down. That's what they're there for. They make their money off the division. They make their money off exploiting people. Just put your head down, go to work every day, be a good person, love your family, love your community, do the best that you can do. Nobody's perfect. Wear your heart in your sleeve, and you know what? The truth shall always set you free. And just remember, love will always conquer hate. God bless you all. I love you all. Honcho, I love you. Have a good night, everybody.
Love you too, John. I appreciate you calling, man, and I hope you have a wonderful Thanksgiving and that your family is good and everybody in your life is doing swell.
You too, and same thing to everyone in the chat. Thanks for reminding me. Happy Thanksgiving, everyone. Bye-bye.
All right, have a good one. Shout out to John, man. John, my favorite New Yorker. We'll take a vote, quick vote. This is what we'll do. Do y'all want to talk to Dave? 0 for no, 1 for yes. And we'll take a quick vote. I can entertain. We got about 7 more minutes on the stream. Unless Miss Shauna wants to call, I'll talk to. This is actually a way more interesting call. We got a way more interesting call than Dave. Sorry, Dave, you got beaten out. What's the motherfucking deal? Who do we have calling in to the den this evening?
This is Sean, your lovely lady.
How are you doing, lovely Miss Sean?
Yeah, I'm doing fine. So, oh man, we've been in dire straits, man, like the past month. Oh gosh, let me take. Hold on. I have my iPad on. I think it sounds bad. So, I'm gonna just be real quick with this. I think that the Ahmaud Arbery verdict was 100% correct. The Cal Rittenhouse, okay, there was some dysfunction with that one. The Cal Rittenhouse, most of his counts were guilty. I think he should have gotten like a guilty like on 1 or 2 counts, especially the biggest thing for me was the possession, underage possession, and they used some obscure secondary section on the law saying it's for hunting. Okay, that's fine. But Cal Rittenhouse wasn't in the woods. He was in the city. So who the hell was he really hunting, right? And then that one Rosenbaum guy who was just sitting on a car. But other than that, those are the 2 guilty pleas that I thought he should have gotten. The other ones, I think he should have gotten off. Okay? So I think if they were more fair, and I think it just really rubbed people the wrong way with the Rosenbaum piece and the illegal possession of a weapon. I mean, who the hell are you? 17 years old, and you're getting a weapon from somebody else. I mean, it doesn't even matter. It's illegal possession across the board.
But if the technicality in the law, though, I mean, if it's there, you don't feel that if his lawyers did their due diligence, were able to get him off on that's not a righteous dismissal.
Yes, technicality in the law, but it wouldn't have been a technicality in the law if we didn't have a rogue judge who was really behaving in a manner that was totally abnormal and outside all of the ways that you're generally supposed to perform.
What did you feel like was kind of rogue about it?
Oh, he was rogue in the sense that he was coddling the defendant and the not the prosecutor, but the defending attorney didn't even have to do the work. It was almost like he was representing Cal himself. That's not normal. If you understand how law works and the courtrooms work, that judge saved Cal Rittenhouse.
So you think if it would have been in a different court, that it would have been out a different way?
Say again.
I said, so you feel like if it would have taken place in a different court, that the outcome would have went a different way?
I think it would have went a different way. Not necessarily a different court. It could have been the same court space, but a different judge. That judge was clearly biased. That judge didn't have anything to do. That judge was intended all of the things and the maneuvers and the way that you maneuver in the court of law. Every way that he maneuvered was to do Hail Marys for Cal. So he really fought for Cal. So if anybody really wants to, if you want to give some Hail Marys and some flowers, oh yeah, he caked. He went in the paint hard, but he actually went in the paint almost like, in opposite of. He bordered the ethical line, and I'm surprised somebody. As a matter of fact, I think eventually, in the couple of weeks, some people may start trying to get him like derobed. Because the way that he behaved is totally unethical. So we might be hearing a little bit. I don't know, but somebody needs to go and to try to get him derobed and to get him off the bench. Because there's a process for that. But I'm not. Rittenhouse should have been guilty. And that's why he threw out that first charge. Because that first charge was the one that he will most likely get found guilty for. So he was in protective mode. He was literally protecting, the defendant, who is a potential murderer, killer, until found guilty. But he was making sure he was working hard in the paint and coddling to make sure that didn't happen. And every time he behaved that way, he sent a message. He was signaling. That's what you call signaling. He was signaling to the jurors, like, this is, I'm in agreement with that, or I'm in disagreement with that. So those behaviors sent signals to the jury. And he knew. He just played on it because he knows that most people are, they have their biases. So he played into that.
So knowing Rosenbaum's history, did that impact the way you felt about the outcome?
No, not at all. Not at all. And let me tell you why. I don't like the history. And in fact, I can't even say it because just in my spirit, I just don't, that's just not me. I am not judge and jury, only God is. Okay? And you got demons, you got bones, you got a bunch of stuff in the closet. It's certain things, I just can't deal with. And if I have to deal with it face to face, I'll handle it. But in this case, I'm not sure what the status of all of that was. I'm not protecting any pedophiles, and so we can't. Here's what we got to be careful of. We cannot be careful of saying, okay, he's a pedophile and he deserves to die. Because let me tell you what these people are going to do. They're going to debase it and debunk it and say, oh, well, he's a wife abuser or he's a marijuana smoker, then he deserves to die. Trust me, it doesn't work like that. And if you allow them to take it at that level, they're going to use it at all different levels. And they're going to go down to the lower level and they're going to use it against like somebody like you and me. So that's why I kind of don't allow that. But I kind of feel like, because I understand, you know, if you got that kind of reputation, I don't have to kind of take vengeance on that situation, because I know once you get in the pen, once you get in prison, I know the brothers or the sisters, they're going to take care of you. So I don't even worry about if you're a rapist and you done, you know, you did all this, because we already know it's a code. Your ass going to get taken care of when you get up in there. So I'm not really worried about that on the outside, if you really understand how things go down. You know, because everybody that's in prison, in a penitentiary, or in jail, they got principles. They got morals. if people on this phone don't understand that, I understand it. You know, we got principles and morals. You're not coming up in the pen in the prison tent and with no bullshit. Once you get in there, that's a whole nother world.
Okay.
And they have rules and regulations in that world.
Well, the reason
you know what I mean?
The reason I kind of bring that up is because you know, not only that he's kind of had a history, and I think he actually just got out of jail a day or two, maybe the day of or a day or two before that. And with him being at the protest or riot or however you want to identify it, do you feel that he was just there, neutrally in support of Jacob Blake, or do you think that Rosenbaum was there with maybe bad intentions?
I don't think he was there with bad intentions, because I mean the whole premise was to protest the police brutality and the way that Jacob Blake was killed. So that was the entire premise of that, of anybody showing up. I don't care if you black, white, purple, or green. Mm-hmm. The whole purpose was police brutality.
Mm-hmm. But in that situation, Jacob Blake wasn't killed. He was shot and I think paralyzed, but he wasn't killed in that situation. The one that they were riding in Kenosha.
And you're right. You're absolutely right. He was not killed, but it still is kind of like it's like police brutality, because why the hell did you have to shoot him in the back? I mean, like, it was like 6 or 7 times. And he just got shot up in the back for it was like, okay, it was like a routine stop. I don't know what the hell he was doing. He came out, it was like boom, 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 boom. In the back.
I'm going to disagree with that, because here's my thoughts on Jacob Blake. Because now he was at a place where he had a restraining order against him. And he tussled with them cops for a little bit. They tried to restrain him prior to shooting him. They were tussling on the side of the van. It was 2 or 3 cops. They couldn't restrain him. He got up and then went to go reach for something inside of the van. And he later said himself that he had a knife inside the van. And when he was reaching inside the van, that's when they shot him. So like I say, to me, I think that's a bit of a different situation. I don't necessarily have a lot of remorse for Jacob Blake, too, because he was also known to mess with underage individuals, and that's why he was having some issues of his own.
Now, see, I didn't know. Now, you giving me some new information. Mm-hmm. I didn't know anything about that. No underage individuals and all that kind of stuff. Mm-hmm. But here's the bottom line, and this is with everyone across the board in America, because we're going to crash and burn. Mm-hmm. because fire is going to meet fire. You know, all this other stuff, there's some underground stuff. You know, I see what the yahoos are out here doing, but you don't know what the underground is doing. Fire's going to meet fire. Trust me. But at the end of the day, there needs to be protocols in debilitating criminals or potential criminals. Debilitate them in a non-lethal manner. Okay? So, and then that way there is no shooting a black guy, shooting a white guy, this one in the back, that in the back. They got to have something where they debilitate them in a non-lethal manner. That's number one. The next thing that I suggest in these court cases, when somebody is the victim and somebody is the perpetrator, I think it all needs to be blanked out. Just blank the fucking shit out. Just imagine. Close your eyes, right? You don't know. I think there needs to be a new rule. You don't know. Hughley said this, and I agree with it. You don't know if the victim or the perpetrator is black, white, purple, or green. No color. No color. All the jury has to do is to go in and listen to the facts of the case. Now, we got all these videos and things, so that might be hard to do. Maybe blank out the video or something, or whitewash it, animate it. I don't give a damn. But imagine if a juror didn't know whether a defendant or plaintiff was black or white, green or purple. Animate it. And then, to me, that person can come to a true decision and a wholesome decision of guilt or innocence, because they literally they are not interjected with any bias of society. It's just listen to the facts. Here's what happened. And if they would animate the video, I'm not saying videos are important. Animate the video. In other words, take the color out of the video. So you got the black man and the white man in the video. Everybody, we are triggered by these videos, and this escalation and this triggering is actually causing us harm, because we're getting angry. We might be like overreacting when we don't need to. Imagine if we had that same video that you look at on TikTok and all this different stuff that's going on. Imagine if it didn't have a color in any video, and if it was just people. That's what the jury needs to see. They don't need to see the defendant, the plaintiff. The video, we're going to need to see that, because that's going to be important. And just blank the damn video out, take color out of everything, and let people give an honest opinion and an honest judgment on one another. Don't you think that would be wonderful?
I think honestly work, but like, so you don't feel like in like, say, like, for instance, like Kyle's trial, because everybody involved was white. Like, do you think there was the racial factor? You think because that those guys were protesting at, what was supposed to be, I guess, a BLM related or a black man's shooting, because the protest was based on somebody black, even though all the victims and perpetrators involved were all white? You think that played a role into it?
Which case are we talking about, Arbery or Rittenhouse?
In Rittenhouse, because everybody was white in the Rittenhouse trial.
No, I think there was one black.
No,
correct me if I'm wrong.
No black people. There was nobody black involved in the Rittenhouse trial.
Really?
They were all white
wow.
people. Rosenbaum white.
I didn't know
Cruz
that.
White, and the other guy, all of them white. Yes.
Well, yes, that could have played a part. But I thought there was at least one black guy.
The one black guy that was involved did not get shot. The guy that actually jump kicked Kyle, he didn't get shot. That was the only black guy that was involved in the whole thing. So he kicked him and then kind of went on about his way. Then the guy hit him with the
Oh,
skateboard.
we're talking about the victims. I thought we were
Yeah.
talking about the jury. Yeah.
Oh, no.
So the three white guys, yeah, it doesn't even matter. So he was wrong. He came there with the wrong intentions. He didn't come there with good intentions at all. He came there. He went to Kenosha to cause trouble.
Mm-hmm.
He self-deputized. He's protecting some goddamn property that he doesn't even own without permission at 17 goddamn years old. Come on. We're not stupid here.
So even though, you the fact that he has family that lives in Kenosha, that you don't feel like that changes anything?
No, because he still was not. He had a straw man to purchase his weapon, and his weapon was like a straw man purchase, and you're going to get this weapon when you get 18. But he took it at 17. He self-deputized, and he went to protect property even without the permission of the owners. And he testified that the owners they said that I didn't tell him to come there and do that. So what were you there for? Why?
So even being
he was there to agitate.
But even there being earlier,
he was there to
when he was
shit went wrong.
When he was cleaning, buildings and things prior to that evening, when he's cleaning off graffiti, he was putting out some fires, and there's evidence of that happening. Do you feel like his full intention was just to kind of get out and cause a ruckus, in the dead of night? Do you feel like that was his ultimate thing, or do you think that maybe some other?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, how the hell are you gonna drive 30 miles and put out a fire with a little, not even a 2-pound PSI, a fire extinguisher?
Mm-hmm.
That ain't gonna do nothing but probably take out one car. No, he was looking for action. He was in the video game mode.
Mm-hmm.
Trust me. He wasn't worried about who's gonna drive 30 miles to go and get a gun, because he knew his gun was there. The buddy had the gun was there. And you down there in Illinois, you going to Wisconsin, if you want to grab your goddamn gun, it's plenty shit going on in Chicago. Why don't you deal with them Chicago boys, Cal? There's shit going on all day, every day in Chicago. We hear about it on the news all the time. Why you ain't take your gun down to them boys? Because he knew better. He ain't taking that shit down in Chicago where he lived.
But if he'd took it there, wouldn't that have been considered a hate crime if he'd went to Chicago on the south side and tried to relegate? Okay.
No, it's equal. It's Chicago or Kenosha or whatever. Because I think his intentions, to be honest, he had this fantasy to go and kill black people. That's what I think. They fantasize about that shit. Don't think that shit ain't real. It's real. But them people just got in the way. The white boys just got in the way. And then he was intimidated. You got to remember, he even said 10 days prior that he wished he had his AR, looking at the people from the CVS, or I shoot them. But the judge wouldn't allow that into evidence. He even said it. He said out his mouth.
You said that. What was that he said? Check that out.
No, he said it was some kind of prior incident. They were robbing or stealing or something from the CVS. They had him on video, on recorder, that he said, I wish I had my AR or I would shoot him. He said that 10 days prior to the actual shooting. That's another one of the pieces that the judge threw out. He threw that out, and he threw the misdemeanor gun charge out, carrying a weapon under 17. So the judge was protecting him in every way that he could within all his power, because he was protecting, really, I call it white supremacy. That's what he was protecting. But he came there and not to protect. He came to kill.
So
The only thing is that he just happened to get a couple of white guys. I don't believe that was his intention.
so why don't you think he shot the one black dude that did actually kick him? Why do you think he didn't shoot him?
Because by then, I think if I understand the way things went, he had already been beat down like 2 or 3 times. So it's like, damn, I ain't even got no more. I don't have any more strength. Because those white guys that did attack him, they thought that they were taking down an active shooter. And there was previous reports, and the guy testified, the cow was running around in the street. So if you're protecting the property, stay in front of the property and protect it. What the hell are you doing roaming around the street? That's what people don't really understand. He claimed he was protecting the car lot in that one building. When you protect a building, you stand your ground. You protect the building. He wasn't doing that. It was a fucking lie. He was roaming out into the thick of the mayhem. So if you're protecting property, you should stay stationary in front of your property, in front of the car lot. He did not do that.
That's messed up. You
He
all keep
roamed
timing
out.
me out.
And then there were other accounts where people said he was walking around, pointing his gun, and intimidating people. See, all that testimony, that's why the judge protected him. He threw it out. The DA tried to bring all that stuff in those accounts. See, so the jury didn't get to hear all of that. They didn't hear about how he was threatening 10 days before the people in CBS saying that, oh, I want to get my AR. They didn't hear about, they heard a little bit. I think the one guy said that he was walking around in the crowd, like pointing his gun at people. Okay, if you're fucking protecting the car lot and the building, what the fuck are you even doing out in the crowd? You're looking for trouble. That's just the bottom line. And you're protecting property that you don't even own. That's against the law. It's not your property. And the property owners said that they never asked Kyle to come and protect their property. So he self-deputized, and he's a vigilante in my eyes because he deputized himself. You don't have no authority. Who the hell are you? You the police, you the FBI, you the CIA. You just can't walk on the streets and say you're going to self-deputize. But that's what he did, and that's what he got away with, and that's dangerous. So now everybody's self-deputizing. So now everybody walking out with their guns. So you saw the next day, you had other couple of people, they was protesting the counter-protest. They came out there with their ARs. So it's all good now. It's like, X man to the next man. You're gonna respect my steel, and I'm gonna respect
Tell
yours.
HWR to get her drunk
And that's
ARP
what it's
butt
gonna
off
be.
the phone. Raccoon,
You got mine, I got
smiley
yours. What it's gonna
face,
be.
smiley face, smiley
But
face.
you're not gonna come out with no shenanigans. Like you protecting some fucking property and you all up in the damn street with your AR. That's not protecting no property. And that was your defense. And then those people thought that it was chaos. They thought that they were taking down an active shooter. That's why he went with him with the skateboard. They thought they were doing something right, irrespective of their background. I don't know. I heard about it. Oh, someone's a child molester and all of these things for the other guy. One had like 5 counts child molestation, and then the other guy just had a bunch of like misdemeanors and shit. But the intention with dealing with Kyle didn't have anything to do with their past charges. They thought he was an active shooter. And they thought they were going to just take the shooter down. It's like, who the fuck is going to go and run after a goddamn shooter? That was his intention. You got to remember the premise. The premise of the people that were there, they were there to protest against violence, unnecessary violence from police. So the whole premise of them being there was to protest against police violence. So why would they want to, just be violent in that way?
But because they said what allegedly like $50 million worth of damage was done out there. Do you think, like I said, the majority of people came out there to protest or to cause a ruckus?
No, I think they came to. I think they came to protest. But here's the thing: is they try to hang their hat on the damages and all that kind of shit. Look, they're getting paid for all that shit. All that stuff they're getting paid 100 times with insurance. But I think that originally it's genuine. But I think
Granny is nuts.
Kinda, you get a different element once the sun goes down. You know what I mean? But I think the protest and the premise and the message of the protest was genuine. But I think that,
horse,
they didn't have control of their own area. And that's the one thing. I saw tanks in the street. I'm like, you got tanks in the street? What the hell you need little Kyle out there with his AR? It was so unnecessary. Did you see the tanks in the street? He was walking against the to the tanks. I mean, you got military style a situation there to handle a military tanks and everything, police cars. Why the hell do you need little Kyle Rittenhouse out there? That don't make no sense. So they could have controlled that situation, but to answer your question directly, I think the protests are meaningful. People want to make their point. That's all and good. But I think, once the sun go down, you get another element. You get another element out there. And I think the response to that element was those military tanks that I saw out there. So if you got the tanks out there and the police, why couldn't you handle the situation? Why didn't you even have to go there? And Kyle, he's running
Tell
out.
her to go to
Kyle
sleep and change her diaper.
He had this fantasy of going and hunt, I believe, Negroes. And that was his opportunity. That's why he drove 30 miles. He drove 30 miles to fulfill his fantasy. Black Lives Matter. He thought he was going to, it's a Black Lives Matter protest. He thought he was going to kill black people. But he ended up killing white people. So we see what that is.
After, the trial was over, he said that he was actually a supporter of Black Lives Matter and he believes in the right to protest. Do you believe that?
No, I do not.
Fee fi fo foom, I smell the breath of this drunkard chum. Be she sober, or be she dead, he'll grind her bones to make my bread.
He's already got thousands of dollars. He's already got offers for you. You got to understand money and power. You say any fucking thing. And that's just face, because he wants to, and I already know what that is. The reason why he's doing that is because he's trying to juxtapose, and that's a fancy word. When you say that, I already see what he's doing. What they're doing is he's trying to act like he was like oh so innocent, right? Because now he knows, since he got away with all the guilt in the criminal trial. See, he could be potentially facing a civil trial. So he really ain't off the hook yet. So what he's trying to do is juxtapose. He's trying to
She had too many 40s wolf
kind
cookie,
of,
smiley face, smiley face, smiley
I
face,
can't find the right
smiley
word,
face,
but
smiley
he's trying
face,
to say, now
smiley
he's trying to say
face,
victim.
smiley face,
So now,
raccoon,
now that
raccoon,
he's not
raccoon,
guilty, well, we know
raccoon,
even though you're
smiley
not guilty
face,
doesn't mean
smiley
that you're not
face,
guilty
smiley
in the law,
face,
which is
smiley
fucked up.
face, smiley
That's a whole
face.
nother conversation. But what he's trying to do is saying, oh, all these people accuse me. I want to sue you. I want to get money. I want to get money from Biden and everything. So, see, they've got another plan. Since he got not guilty, now they're looking for the bag. They're looking for the money. So now he has to fake like he was actually like some kind of person that was for Black Lives Matter. But he never was. So now he's putting those statements out. Oh, I was from Black Lives Matter, and everybody called me a racist. All that is doing is laying the groundwork and the paper trail or the foundation for him to go and try to sue all these other people. It's bullshit. It's a game. It's a game that white people do all the time. I know it very well. That's what they do. So all they do is they'll flip it and they'll fake. They'll fake like it's nothing but fake. He's not for Black Lives Matter. If that's the case, he wouldn't have been in the pub with the picture showing up and flashing his, his white supremacy kind of hand signals with the Proud Boys. Okay? So it's bullshit. It's all bullshit. And all it is him trying to lay a base and build something so he can get more money. So all he's going to say, oh, I'm not racist, I'm black, blah, blah. And then that's going to be his statement on Tucker Carlson when he tries to go civil to sue all these people who call him racist. But he doesn't even understand he's going to dig himself into a rabbit hole. Because once you can do that, now you open yourself up to civil case. And see, he lost the criminal. That's a criminal case. That's not a civil. And the civil case is going to be different. They're not going to have no special judge to help you in the civil case.
Honcho, hang up on this lush.
So
get Dave on the line and give him the respect he is owed as a white man. Smiley face, smiley face, smiley face. I need some comedy.
Tucker Carlson, they don't know the law. They're bigging him up and blowing his head up. But once them families go and do a civil case is different from a criminal. And he may be found guilty on all them 5 counts in a civil, and they may award the parents of Rosenbaum and that other one $1 billion or $1 million. So all that little money you saved and all that little fancy moving around that you're doing with NBC and Trump and all that and raising all the money, GoFundMe, that's good. I think the parents are just let him go and make the money because they're gonna sue his ass in the civil, and they're gonna lose the civil. He may have won the criminal, but if they sue, they will win that civil. So all that little money he's running around getting, you better get ready to hand it right back over to the family. That's capitalism. That's our system.
So ultimately, I think Kyle's going to be in debt when this is all said and done.
Well, we're gonna look at it, but I think that they're going about it the wrong way. Because see, they don't really understand. They're hyping it up because I think they're trying to signal to their people and give them signals and make them feel like all happy and shit. But they actually don't know the law and what the families really do have to do. The families already have a civil suit, I think, with the city. But if the families pivot and do a civil suit against him, he's going to be fucking broke. But what the media is projecting to us, because they're trying to stroke the ego of the white man and the white supremacists, like it's a win. And, all this stuff and sue this person. But they really don't understand. You can be anything that you do can be counterdone. Just like when they showed up, he showed up with his weapons and everything. And then they're counter-protest. The black people are showing up with their ARs now. So anything a white man can do, a black man can do. And they're ready to do it. And so they're seeing that now. But the only thing is the black man doesn't have a judicial system to protect them, like that judge protected Kyle. So Kyle is no longer protected. And another thing people don't understand, the two men, those other, I think it was two, the two was killed, they were Jewish. Now that's been hush-hush. Now normally people don't talk about that. They're Jewish. So they're going to be, those families are going
Old
to be going
people are
after
showing
them.
up with their
They haven't
AARP.
done it.
Raccoon,
They went after
raccoon,
the city, but I think they're going to be going after Kyle individually.
raccoon,
That's what we're thinking.
flushed face.
And so in the meantime, they're just bumping him up. And like he's a hero, he's this, he's that. Trust me, he's about to be taken down in a small, low-key way. Because those, it's not just because they were Jewish, but that's a factor. And they move in a different way. Trust me, I know. I know. Those were two Jewish boys that he killed. They don't talk about the ethnicity of those white boys.
I think that that community in particular is going to go after financials more so than be concerned with the criminals.
Oh, yeah. Oh, they going for it. Trust me. They just quiet about it because they don't move like that.
Okay. They may already have the lawyers.
We just got to wait and see. They've already went through this. They already went towards the city. But so if he gets out there showboating and fancying with all this money and stuff, he's about to get a civil suit. He gonna pay them damn families. He gonna pay them families. See, it's different in a civil court than a criminal court. A civil court can find him guilty and make him pay the families of those people who got killed. So it's not over for Kyle Rittenhouse. He shouldn't be
Don't
celebrating.
laugh, Honcho, but her cat
he
stinks.
Really
pouting cat face, 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 raccoon, raccoon, raccoon,
So you think it's going to kind of play out like it did with OJ?
Yeah, it's almost like the same principle. Yeah, civil. It's a civil suit. Okay, OJ got off on what? The criminal, right?
Mm-hmm.
But then they went at him what? Civil. Same principle. There you go. Same thing can happen to Kyle. So Kyle should not be celebrating too soon.
Okay.
I mean, you could be living and breathing, and everybody would enjoy that, right? But you gonna add your ass gonna be broke.
She's still bitter about OJ getting got.
The hell out you take every dime out your goddamn pocket. You living and breathing, but you broke, which is the good thing if you're guilty. So I hope they do pursue a civil suit because I believe he's guilty. His intentions was all wrong. He came there for all the wrong reasons, and he just had all they were doing was preserving whiteness. That's all. And he got over, but we already know how that goes. But he may not necessarily get over on a civil suit.
Okay. All right. Do you have any other thoughts on the cases that have taken place or anything else that's going on, Ms. Sunshine?
No, that's it. I think they did well in the Arbery, and I think they could have done better. I think if they would have been reasonable, I think they could have got. Let me tell you what they could have did. They could have just got him on the weapons charge. Mm-hmm. The weapons charge was nothing but a misdemeanor.
Mm-hmm. So how much time do you feel like Kyle should be serving ultimately?
Well, that's what I'm saying. If they would have just got him on something, I think that's what I kind of feel like. That misdemeanor was an easy one, even if we already know the games where they were playing. But if you would at least got him on the misdemeanor wouldn't have been hardly any time. But when you have like 5 not guilties, they're like, oh, hell to the no. There's some bullshit right here. Especially when you know he was guilty at least of 2. So they could have at least been, but they couldn't consider it. If they would have made him guilty on the 2 lesser charges, I think it would have calmed people's nerves down. You know what I mean? It's like, damn, well, at least he's guilty of something. You know what I mean? When you ain't guilty of nothing, everybody is like percolated now. Everybody's like, oh, hell no. You know, some people are like, hell no, and some people are like, hell yes. But, you know, that was the judge. That was the judge's fault, for real. I blame that totally on the judge. Because I believe if he had that misdemeanor on there, he threw it out. Remember, the jury couldn't even consider it. So it's not the jury's fault. He just threw him out. He didn't have it into consideration. If they were to consider it, I guarantee you they probably would have found him guilty on that. And from a psychological standpoint, people were like, oh, damn, he's at least guilty for something. But when you got guilty of nothing, you know, everybody's brains is booted. So that's the mistake. But he was trying to protect, you know, they grooming these people. They grooming vigilantes now. And he sent a very, very dangerous message. So
the protesters were there destroying whiteness. Burning down the city is destroying whiteness, according to her. She thinks there won't be a reaction.
You know, the only difference is, the barrel length. Okay, give me a short barrel. Give me an AR-5 short barrel. I'm good to go. That was the difference. Did you pin that? They said because it was a short barrel, even at his age, he was legally, you know, eligible to, you know, to possess the weapon because it was a short barrel. It was like the length of the barrel was everything, but it still was bullshit. Yeah, length of the barrel, but the second part of the section was for hunting. Child wasn't in no fucking woods. He was in the city. So you was hunting people. Not deer, not elk, not rabbit. And the judge upheld that, and he was wrong. So he sent a wrong message. So everybody's coming out hunting. But they ain't hunting in no city. They ain't hunting in the woods. They're hunting in the city. And now we learn. All we need to do is to get a short barrel. I'm going to get mine, as a matter of fact. Now that I found out the law, I'm getting 3 of them, as a matter of fact. One for me, my son, and my husband, on top of everything else I got. So I'm going to get me 3 short barrels, because I know that's the law now. A couple of straps, and I'm good to go.
I got to be respectful of the amount of space you take up.
Yeah, that's it. So we answer fire with fire. So, you know, so now that I know that, I'm like, all right, cool. All right, I know what's up. That's the law. That's the precedent now. Yep. So we working on it actually just right now as we talking. I'm going to get my short barrels because I didn't know that. So now that I know that it's legal in the city, I'm getting me a couple of short barrels. Actually, I'm getting about 3 of them. I gotta, the whole thing is going to be like a parachute. See, I don't buy Jordans. I'm not buying no Jordans. I buy me an AR before some Jordans. And that's what we going to do. We going to tool up. That's what we doing. Because, you know, I'm a farmer girl anyway. I already got my tools. But I'm going to tool up extra now that I learned this law. And then we going to see. You know, I wish a cow-ridden house would. I wish a cow-ridden house would. I'd be right there waiting on him. He better keep that shit up in Wisconsin and not in Virginia. Yeah, so that's what's up. That's what's up. Texas, Georgia, my family, they in North Carolina, South Carolina. You keep it right there in Wisconsin. We down there in the South. We know how to deal with the Southern old boys, the good old boys, and they know how to deal with us. See, there's a understanding in the South that they don't really know in the North. See, and you know it. You down there in Texas, you know it.
Texas is a wonderful place.
5 No, we ain't scared, not at all. Everybody know their place, and that's why it's peaceful. Because everybody kind of stay in their place. But don't you get out your place now. You can showboat up there, and we can showboat too. We already know. We don't scream about it. But see, now I got to do a little bit extra now. Because y'all getting extra stupid out here. Y'all little yahoos getting extra stupid. See, what you doing is you sending your youngins out here now. See, they sending the youngins out. Cowards. So I have to double down on that. And that's a situation. See, normally it's just you. You sending 17 years old out there. That should have been a grown man. That shouldn't have been Cal. So what kind of games you playing? So we're going to redirect as well.
Well, do you think that we as black folks maybe have a little bit across the board, have a little bit backwards? Because it seems like we doing more often of ourselves than anything.
They got, what are you talking about? Are you trying to get into the black on? What are you trying to say?
No, I'm just saying that.
What are you trying to say? Harm to ourselves in what way? In what way?
I would say, like you mentioned Chicago earlier, right? And I know Chicago is generally a talking point, but it's not just Chicago. It's several major cities where these type of things are going on.
Yeah, but let me tell you something, Honcho, and I'll send you some little, I don't know, I can't even do nothing right now, but there's a lot of white on white crime. I think you're trying to get to the black on black.
No, I agree, but ultimately, when you're talking numbers, I think you're going to always be.
When you're talking numbers, let me tell you the new numbers just came out. In fact, I just looked. I just got and listened to something on that. The new numbers just came out. They're almost neck and neck. The numbers ain't good. They are not good.
So we talking percentage-wise, or are we talking overall?
Percentage. Okay. I think the black on black and the white on white percentage is like neck and neck. So it's like almost damn near equal. Mm-hmm. So we're all killing one another. Mm-hmm. And I don't really know what to say about this. It's just we're all killing one another, and we're armed. We're heavily armed as well, especially in the South. And we got to be. They're not as armed in the North. But it's about to go down. You know what I mean? But we always been heavily armed, right? They just showboating it now. You know what I mean? So everybody understands each other. Like when I'm there, everybody walks around a gun. A gun doesn't scare me. I mean, it's normal. But what's different is when you're carrying a gun in a highly like volatile situation. If you bring a gun in there, you know you're gonna have to potentially fire. Most of the environments where we're carrying guns, it's like a peaceful environment. if that makes sense, if that can really make sense, it's peaceful. Everybody's peaceful. There's no burning. There's no, high alerts. You gotta know if you bring an AR into that situation that you're gonna have to use it. That's why with Kyle, you're gonna have to use that gun based on the environment that you put yourself into, and then you're going to fake and tell a lie. Like you are protecting property where the people came out and the business owner said, I never asked Kyle to come and protect my property. And even if you were doing that, you removed yourself from the property and dispersed yourself into the mayhem. That means that's what you wanted. Kyle was nothing but doing and carrying out a fantasy kill game in his mind. And he got away with the kill. That's all what that was. That's fact. No other responsible gun carrier would have done that. Their job would have protected the property. They wouldn't have exalted themselves into the mayhem. He went into the mayhem because that's what he wanted in his fantasy. He wanted to kill people. And I believe since he knew why he was there, that's why he drove 30 miles. He knew it was Black Lives Matter. So he drove 30 miles to exalt himself into the mayhem to kill black people. But he just happened to get on an incidental a couple of white people. That's what went down. And that's why black people, they say, oh, well, black people, why do black people worry about it? It's nothing but white people now, because black people know white people. And we know y'all better than you all know yourselves. We know what you're doing and what you're up to, because you've been doing it to us for 400 years. You don't think black people don't know you after 400 years? We know you very well. And we know that the intent was not them white boys. We know that intent, because you came to a Black Lives Matter demonstration for police brutality, and you just happened to kill 3 white boys. That wasn't your true fantasy, though. Your true fantasy was to kill maybe 3 black boys.
So, okay, in saying that, would you say that then there is a correlation with violence and these BLM rallies? Like if he was expecting a situation to jump off, that maybe there has been like you call it coincidental, or however you may want to look at it, that at a number of these rallies that there has been some damage, there has been some rioting, some looting, burning, things like that. Do you think that there are agitators causing this to happen, or do you think that this is due to people's anger, or what is going on?
I think that there are. I think it's a combination. But I think for the most part, it's peaceful. But they are agitators. We even got the report where people dressed in black with hammers and busting out windows. They didn't have anything to do with the protest, and they were traveling. And those are the people that they're calling them Antifa. But they're showing up at the legitimate protest and agitating. And then, it's a chain reaction. I'm not saying that, the people, once you get mayhem going, seeks mayhem. Once you get it started, and then the other people are going to pile in, it's like Lord of the Flies. But the intention is not any of that. And then it's opportunity as well. So it's like when I looked at them damn pictures, they had military tanks out there. That should kind of prevent, or at least de-escalate your big ass tank looking at you down your throat.
Do you think the military wanted to fire upon, American citizens?
Say again?
I said, but do you think the military really wanted to fire upon American citizens?
No, I don't. But they could at least kind of intimidated them and just, back your ass up. You know what I mean? You're not coming in here. And then when I looked at it, that's what they did. It was kind of like not let somebody put their hands up, and next thing you know, we got the Tiananmen Square situation. But no, I do not think that is the case. I don't think that they're gonna want to fire on citizens. I do give the police that little bit of credit. I think they just want them to calm down. That's all. We just, everybody has to calm down. You can't just be, it's one thing to protest and it's another thing to burn and loot and rob and steal. I fundamentally believe that that's wrong. And that has to be stopped. You know what I mean? But that was not Kyle Rittenhouse's job. That was the police's job. Because it ain't, come on, who's going to go for that? I mean, what is your point? What is the point with the burning and all that? And then when we found out in a lot of these protests, people, Black Lives Matter, you look at the goddamn protests, it's a bunch of white people. Ain't hardly even no goddamn black people in the Black Lives Matter.
You don't find that out? You don't think white people think Black Lives Matter?
No, I'm saying, when you look at them, there's a bunch of white folks out there. And then blaming it on the black people. Look at the protest. Don't believe your lying eyes. But they want to blame it on us, and then we find that the people dressing up in black, they're the ones starting the fucking fires with the hammers and busting out the glass and causing the man. And depending on which city you're in, you'll get some black people in Black Lives Matter because there's black people there. But look at the overall protest. Look at everything that started last year, June? It's mostly white people out there. There ain't no black people out there. You get a few black folks here and there. And that's another thing that amazes me. Black Lives Matter, Black Lives Matter. All them people that's protesting is white folks. It ain't hardly any black folks. Depending on the city, if you're in a predominantly black city, but it's white folks out there protesting, not black people. And that's why Kyle got off, because they were the system, the white supremacy system was trying to send a message to the white folks to stop advocating and trying to defend black folks. Because the white folks were out there protesting on our behalf for police brutality. So that was signaling. That was a message. Don't get it twisted.
At the den, somebody messing up your money.
When you've been dealing with this white man for 400 years, you know them. You got to remember, we've been enslaved for 400 years over this white man in the system. We know it very well. They want to tell us that we're crazy, but we're not. We know them up and down, left and right, to and fro. That's all that was. That's why they had to make an example out of Kyle. They wanted to send a message to the white people. Stop sympathizing with the niggers. See, we've been through that before in history. If you were, they call it a nigger lover. That's what they used to say. Yeah. And they would kill you for being a nigger lover. This is their way in 2021 doing the shit that they done did for them. We done been through this. See, we know this. Immigrants don't know this. Spanish, Ethiopian, African. See, they don't know our history. But the black man has been with the white man longer than any other person. We've been here since day one. We fought every war. See, you can't get rid of us. They love us and they hate us. And we know them like a book. And they bring all these other people to replace us because they don't want to be reminded of the hate and the terror that they put on us. It makes them feel better. See, they're very fragile in the mind. They didn't even feed their own babies. The women didn't even feed their own babies. We had to feed their babies with our breast milk. And we hardly have any breast milk to take home to our own babies. These are very fragile people, trust me. So they get very, very upset because they have to wield power through terrorism, beating, and all the castration, hanging, lynching, and all of just brutality. And they didn't do anything. They didn't do any work. We did all the work. They didn't even know how to feed themselves. They would have died when they came on the boats. They didn't know how to grow food. They didn't know how to crop the land. We did all of that. We fed them. We had the skills for agriculture. That's how we were able to build and grow the cotton. All they did was commercialize it. They didn't know how to do anything. Nothing. They didn't even know how to feed themselves. That's the white man. They didn't know how to do any of that. We did all that for them. That's how this country got rich. Rice, tobacco, and cotton. They did not know how to grow any of it. We did it. They just commercialized it and capitalized on it. That's all they did. And then they want to call us lazy. And they never compensated us for our labor. To this day, we're still trying to fight to get compensated for the brutality and everything else. Yep. So that's what's up. So that goes back into a deep Southern type of situation. You know what I mean? With these guns and stuff. See, because there was a law where they would come, they're trying to bring it back, where they can deputize themselves and they can kill a slave with impunity. Didn't mean anything. And the plantation owner wouldn't worry about if they killed us because we were insured. See, we were property. We were not human beings. So it didn't even matter if you killed the nigger. Because all the plantation owner was, he would put a claim with his insurance company like Geico. That was us. That's what they did to us.
So I have a question. So
even when we were dead, they got paid. So they got free labor, and then when we died, they actually put insurance claims to their insurance. Lloyd's of London was at that time it wasn't Geico. The insurance company at the time was Lloyd's of London. They insured a majority of the slaves in America. So the plantation owners would, if a slave died, they would literally put a insurance claim, just like you would put an insurance claim if your car got a dent in its fender bender or something.
Okay. So I have a question. Do you feel like all black folks were brought over on boats, or do you feel like they were indigenous blacks in America?
No, it's both. It's a combination. Both, because you got the Almax heads. It's all kind of history that we were here. It was a combination. Some came from West Africa, but some were already here along with the Native Americans. It's a combination.
I'll look into that.
Yep. It's a combination.
Well, Miss Sean.
I know I done talked way too long. But yeah, it's a good conversation. But wow.
Well, I can tell you feel passionately about the situation. That's understandable.
Yeah, I feel passionate, but I feel happy that I just hope everybody really enjoys themselves. We all need to decompress.
Yes.
I mean, we need to decompress, and I would say everybody to the den, just, I don't know, do some meditation, listen to some, vibrational music, some 528, reflect, get in your soul, because I'm worried about where we're going as a country, and it ain't looking good. It's not. And it really doesn't have to be that way. I don't know if social media is kind of perpetuating things, and it's just a lot of shit going on. But I'm telling you, if we don't get our shit together, you don't want Russia, you don't want China coming over here regulating this shit. Because they'll come and overthrow this country if we don't get our shit together. So either we're going to get along with one another and be respectful and respect everybody's history, and you're going to have to take care of the Black American because we ain't been taken care of yet. But if we don't get ourselves together, they're just sitting back looking at us. We're going to be taken over in history. In history. No country is a superpower forever. We will be overthrown. And all of the shenanigans that we're dealing with internally, China and Russia is looking at us right now. And just imagine the shit you look on TV in America when you got them troops running down your neighborhood saying, China, I'm in charge of this country now. The Russian troops running down your damn neighborhood. I'm in charge of this country now. Ain't shit you can do. Because you allowed yourself through the shenanigans and the internal fighting to get overpowered. Now, either you're going to let them overpower you or you're going to fight. So you're going to get your tools, you're going to get your guns, and when them armies come in to overthrow our government, our country, our democracy, you better have your guns up. Because right now you're running your fucking mouth. And you all of this internal stuff is really, I understand the internal stuff is serious, but we really leaving ourselves wide open to be overthrown. Fuck the Civil War. They want a civil war. See, that's what they don't understand. They want a civil war. So now they're saying the Civil War. They're like, they sitting up there twiddling their goddamn thumbs, eating fucking kimchi and candies and everything else. Oh, let them go the Civil War. Let them just annihilate. We'll get rid of most of them then, and then we'll come in our army and we'll just take over the country, and Russia will be expanded to America. It will no longer be America. You will be a dumbass fool if you think that can't happen. Look at history. Countries don't rule forever. America will fall, and it can fall. So you guys got to get up off your goddamn high horse, and you better be standing up for your goddamn country and get your shit together. Because these people are they like snakes in the goddamn grass. Y'all don't know how much they want America. We get a civil war, we're vulnerable. China will come in, Russia will come in. They'll just come. All our men been and fought each other in the war. All of our fighting men are dead. So who the next people you gonna fight? The women? Sister Chong, I'm like, that's a second line of defense. You know what I mean? After my men are dead in a war. So they just gonna come right on in and take over. No more democracy. So you really need to start thinking bigger and get this race situation together and this bickering with one another. This racial, and cop killing, black, white, all that. You better get that shit together. Because them motherfuckers is looking at us. And they want us to do that. They want us to be at war. That's okay. We kill each other, and all they're going to do is come and take over. You get it? People ain't thinking in that kind of way. You looking at the black and all that racial shit. You need all that shit your mama taught you. You need to just throw that shit out the window. You know, a lot of that shit is embedded. You know, they grew up racist. They mamas and daddies taught them to be a racist. You better put that shit somewhere else, because when them Chinese come for your ass and them Russians come from your ass, you probably be wishing you had a Negro by your side, because they gonna fuck y'all asses up. And see, white people so goddamn stupid and fragile and think they so privileged, they don't even really see what's coming. But we see what's coming because we are the original people of the earth. That's why they hate us so much. We can see things that they can't see. We're spiritual people. We're loving people. We never waged war on anyone. Look in the history books. We never waged war on this country at all. Yeah. So we got to get it together. We really do. It's serious. So I'm glad, everybody just need to chill. It's like, it's about to be the holidays and stuff.
Yes.
Man, everybody need to chill. And, I'm a loving kind of person. I love everybody. I get in your ass, but I love you for real. I love people. I love my people. I love humanity. I really, really do. So we got to get our shit together for real. For real. Because I'm telling you, we're going to get took over by another country if we don't.
Yeah, we got to get it.
And these people ain't going to be nice.
Yeah.
What you say?
I say, yeah, we definitely have to get it together. We do need to get on one accord. And I think people need to see America for what it can be. I know a lot of people feel like the golden age is over. And I think there are a lot of internal issues that we are dealing with that need to be resolved. But ultimately, the way things are going now, we do need to come together. We
really do, and they have to understand. Let me tell you, with these people, they ain't gonna have no sympathy for your ass. they ain't gonna have no pity party for your ass and all that privilege and shit, because they don't give a fuck. Because they coming from dire straight nations. They don't understand all this privilege shit that we have, and we going down. Trust me. But I ain't going down because I'm ready. I'm already ready because I already see it coming. So I already live myself in that kind of way. You know what I mean? Just don't kill me. You know what I mean? I'm self-sufficient already. I'm not dependent on nothing. But see, we too dependent on a lot of stuff. And they going to knock our asses. America, all these little white people running around. And even black people. Y'all don't know what's coming. You ain't gonna be able to survive. These people know how to cross jungles. You look at that, then these people going to the Darien Gap in Panama. You see them jungles they walk and cross to get here. Average American can't do that. Yeah. You all can't even goddamn. You looking for Jordans and flip flops and Crocs and nah. These people are dealing with you wearing your Crocs and they dealing with crocodiles, real crocodiles. Running through Jordan. You wearing a Croc and they running from a Croc. We don't have a clue. We would never survive. We couldn't even take half the shit these people take. No. These people are hungry and they will take us over in an iota, in a New York minute, if we don't get it together. And we ain't even ready.
No, I agree. We're not ready.
Okay, dear. Whew, I done ran my mouth enough tonight.
Well, Miss Shawn, I do hope that, you have a happy Thanksgiving.
I know.
I hope you get a chance to enjoy it with family because, these moments are precious, but it's always good to hear from Miss Shawn and to hear your thoughts. I enjoy speaking with you whenever I get the chance.
Yeah, so and everybody, you too. Yeah, and everybody else in the den as well. Because, see, last year we couldn't do nothing. This is the first year we actually could do something. The COVID was like all crazy last year. So, yeah, I give everybody love. I love everybody, all right?
All right.
Okay, dearest. I'll talk to you later.
All right, you have a good night, Miss Shawn. Thank you for calling.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. What's the motherfucking deal? Who do we have calling into the den this evening?
Fuck you.
Oh, fuck you too, Dave. How you doing?
Seriously, dude?
Yeah.
That's the stupidest shit I've ever heard.
Have you not listened to your own calls, Dave? Have you not listened to your own calls?
Okay, that's all you got. You let that dumb. Hold on, that's more than you said over the hour that you let her talk. That stupid bitch just proves everything about your people. Well, no, you're real talkative now. You're real talkative now.
Yeah, I don't really like you that much. I like Sean, so I care about what she says.
Yeah,
you don't really say anything. And then I have like more of a tolerance for females than I do for dudes. Like, and I have no issue, disrespecting you. You don't really say anything because I've been waiting for a debate, but all you do is run and hang up and hide. Like, so I expect more from you, Dave, and so that's why I really don't have very high hopes for you. And so I'm kind of disappointed in you. But
I don't get to talk. Just going to ramble on.
Because every time you say, "Oh, I don't get to talk," I let you talk. And
ramble. That bitch goes on for an hour. You don't say anything, and then you answer the call, and then you just talk, and don't let me talk. So you're going to act like I get to debate. You're so stupid. Nothing you say is a debate. Everything you do is not a debate. Talking over people, saying it to shit. You're ignorant. You're ultimately ignorant. You're the most ignorant person I've ever fucking met. You didn't debate. You answered the call and talked over me. You didn't let me say one thing. You're pretty low IQ, just like that fucking dumb bitch who came in. You're a fucking idiot. You're an idiot. You're a retard. You literally talked over me and didn't say a word over that dumb bitch. And everybody in your chat's laughing at you. Everybody in your chat's laughing at you. You're a joke, dude. You're a joke. You're a joke. Everybody's laughing at you. You're a joke.
I hope they're enjoying
you thought you could call me out and be like, "Oh, people go 1 or 0 if you answer for Dave." Everybody went 1, and then you went, "Oh," and you just ignored it. You're a joke, dude. You're a joke, dude.
You don't realize
you're a fucking joke, dude.
Joke.
You're a low IQ joke who can't debate. You're a low IQ joke who can't debate. And then you go, you're the same tricks. You're the same tricks over and over again. It's the same tricks. Talk over, giggle, say something after you hang up, say I'm boring and not answer the phone. Same tricks. You're a joke, dude. This is the most
entertaining that you've ever been online.
You haven't shut up. You let that bitch talk for an hour and you haven't shut up and let me talk. You're a low IQ idiot and a joke.
Yes.
Everybody in your chat knows you're a low IQ idiot. Everybody in your chat knows you're a low IQ idiot. Everybody in your chat knows you're a low IQ idiot. You even debated one thing. You let that dumb bitch ramble about her fucking racist fantasies for an hour and you didn't say a word. And now you won't shut up. Now you won't shut up. No, you didn't. You didn't let me say a word. You didn't let me say a word. Everybody in your chat knows you're a joke. Now you can't even talk. This isn't a call-in show. This is just a fucking low IQ idiot trying to be tough. This is thuggishness. Thuggishness can't debate. Thuggishness can't debate. Thuggishness, low IQ 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 can't debate. Thuggishness, low IQ. You'll talk trash when you hang up.
This is intelligence, people. This is a high IQ conversation from Dave.
Then you'll talk trash when you hang up. Then you'll talk trash when you hang up.
Because you hang up and run, Dave. You're a coward. It's okay.
I'm saying things.
You're a coward. I'm saying things.
Your
words are coming out of
everybody in the chat thinks you're a joke. 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 You won't let me talk. Just fucking ramble on, you dumb nigger. Dumb nigger fucking ramble on. Blah, 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 blah. Dumb nigger ramble on. Low IQ, dumb nigger ramble on. Blah, 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 blah. You didn't say a fucking word over that woman rambling for an hour. Now you won't shut up. You're such a low IQ idiot.
He has to just make noise. He can't even give you words. People see this is what you guys
You're a low IQ idiot.
I'm giving you guys what you wanted. He's hoping that it's going to
You're a low IQ idiot. He won't let me talk. And then he's pumping to you guys. He's trying to talk to the chat and he won't let me talk. Dude, this guy's a retard. He's a low IQ retard. He's a low IQ. He won't give me any chance to talk, and then he'll talk real tough when he hangs up. Never let me talk, and then when he hangs up, he'll talk tough. He'll never let me talk, and then when he hangs up, he'll talk tough. This guy is a low IQ idiot. And then he laughs. It's the same shit, broken record. He's a black supremacist retard. He's a low IQ retard. He is a low IQ retard. And now he can't shut up. He let that bitch ramble for an hour. Now he can't shut up. He's a joke.
He's upset because he doesn't get the same talk.
Everybody in the chat, you know this guy's a joke. Don't give him any money, not even as a joke. Make sure you don't give this guy any money. He's a fucking grifter, fucking idiot. This guy's a low IQ grifter idiot. Don't give this guy money. Don't give this guy money. Don't give this guy money. Steven knows he only got money when people were fucking trying to mock that bitch. He only was trying to take your money. He kept that woman on because he wanted you to give her money. He wanted to give her $2 and $3. This pathetic idiot lives on like $20 or $30 he gets from the show. So he was getting money from you guys, making fun of that woman, so he kept her on. And now he can't shut up. This guy's a fucking low IQ retard. This guy's a low IQ retard, and he won't let me talk. Then he's going to talk tough. No, watch how tough he talks when I'm not on. But he doesn't let me talk. Oh, he finally let me talk. Man, that woman was so racist and bigoted, and you're so dumb for letting her talk. You have no points to make. You're so low IQ and fucking stupid. You are thuggish shit. You're fucking dumb. You're a grifter.
Who's talking tough, right? Like the guy on the phone.
No, do you want to debate a point?
You have no points. I tried to have two conversations.
Saying something doesn't make it true. That's because you're dumb and you're low IQ. You think you can just talk and be confident and be sluggish and it matters. That's not debate. You're a fucking idiot.
And he reiterates the stuff he's heard other people say. Dave has not made one.
That is literally you. Everything you say is true about you.
You continue to prove my points. Put up a topic for debate and we can discuss whatever you would like, Dave. You're easy money. Again.
Yeah, look at you.
Point proven. You have nothing.
All you do is want to wait for me to talk so you can talk over.
You have nothing to say. I gave you time. I gave you a moment of silence so that
you didn't give me any opportunity. You never once let me talk.
I literally have been
recorded, you fucking retard. You can't just say something and make it true. That's a low IQ thing to do.
Dave is not smart, people. This is what you're
a fucking dumb nigger. You're a really low IQ fucking moron.
Dave thinks that saying nigger is going to make me angry. This is all he's got.
You think talking over me is going to make me angry? Don't worry, I'm not angry. Hey, listen, everybody in the chat knows you're a joke, dude. No one's supporting you. No one's supporting you in the chat. You're a joke. They can tell. People aren't stupid. When you talk over somebody and don't let them talk, they tell. You're not saying anything.
No one cares.
You have nothing to say.
Dave.
You have nothing to say. You have nothing to say.
Again,
you have nothing to say.
I'm allowing you to play your.
You're not letting me talk, and you got nothing to say.
Right now. And so again,
you have nothing to say.
Again, you fallen for the.
You have nothing to say, and you didn't let me talk. Low IQ retard.
You have nothing to say. You've been
low IQ retard.
20 times. You love me.
Low IQ retard.
Dave, you love me.
Low IQ retard doesn't actually debate.
Love me.
See, I'm actually just talking. I am at Tyler Baker. I am talking to myself. This fucking retard just talks over me. Won't fucking debate. He didn't let me and everybody in the chat. What happened for the last hour? He let that dumb bitch ramble for fucking ever and didn't say a word. Now I call in, he immediately just starts smearing over my fucking voice. Every time I talk here for the last fucking 20 minutes, half an hour, he kept talking. This idiot doesn't want to debate me. He's a low IQ retard.
We've been on here for 8 minutes. This hasn't been.
See, let him talk. Yeah, I know you haven't talked. You haven't let me talk. This is recorded, you fucking idiot. Just because you're a low IQ fucking thug who thinks he can fucking just talk over people and be confident and act like that's getting a point across. You've talked over me for fucking like 10 minutes. You haven't let me talk. You haven't brought up a point or said, this is your show, you fucking retard. This is recorded. Just so you know it's recorded. You can't just say something and make it true. This is recorded. Everybody will hear you. You're a joke. The point is that the last woman that called is a racist. And he let her fucking ramble. And this guy's a fucking racist too. And he's a low IQ idiot. Make sure you don't give him any money. This proves it. Just listen. Go back and listen to this guy ramble over me for 10 minutes. And then he's going to talk tough when I'm not online and say, oh, Dave's boring. Oh, Dave wouldn't make any points. Dave didn't say anything. You talked over me for 10 minutes, you piece of shit. You let that woman ramble for an hour. And then you talked over me for 10 minutes. You didn't say a word while that woman rambled for an hour. And now you've talked over me for the entire time.
Because I like Sean and I don't like you, Dave.
Because you're a low IQ idiot who can't debate and use thuggish tactics. These are black tactics. Low IQ shit. That's why you have no civilization. Because you can't debate. You can't live good. You can't do anything. You can't actually think. You don't think properly. You guys have low IQs. Blacks have low IQs. That's my point. I'm making a point. The point is blacks have low IQs and they can't do things like debate. And this last 10 minutes has proved it.
Again, It's proved nothing, Dave. It's proved
the point I want to debate is that blacks have low IQs, and that this guy can't debate, and this last 10 minutes has proved it. He let that dumb bitch ramble for an hour.
Really,
and when I call in, he spends 10 minutes talking over me.
You repeated yourself for the last.
You're repeating yourself by saying repeating yourself. You say the same thing. This is recorded, you dumb moron. You can't do a niggerish thing and just continue to say a fucking point that's not true and pretend like no one can fucking say anything. This is recorded. You have a low IQ and you can't debate.
The fact that this guy really.
My evidence for this claim is the last 10 minutes. I'm looking at the people in the chat. They're even on my side. This is your show, and I'm controlling your fucking shit.
Who's on your side?
You're an idiot, dude.
Everybody's like,
you're a low IQ idiot.
I'm actually using you as an example, and you don't know. That's the exactly.
You're repeating yourself. You're repeating yourself. You don't have anything to say. You're repeating yourself. You don't have anything to say. You said you did that for 10 minutes.
Again, no, I'm a John. Y'all don't even have to waste.
Sean.
I'm doing y'all a favor.
Dave is king troll. Dude, I'm owning your chat, man. You literally can't say anything. I'm done. I've owned you, bitch. Hey, bitch, nigger, you are owned.
He's got nothing.
This is what trolling's like, bitch. 4chan.org.
You're like
4chan.org. Hey, leave this bitch ass alone and get on 4chan. Make sure you don't give this guy your money. Bitch ass.
We've had much.
Retard.
We've had much. He's gone to lowbrow tactics. That's the basic. Again, he hangs up again. Dave is weak. I told Dave he was weak right then. He's not that. He's terrible. We've had so many better trolls call into the den, right? Again, Dave is upset. His last chick, he walked in on her getting piped by some dude named Tyrone, and they saw him come in. They didn't even stop. Nobody cares about Dave. Dave called 20 times tonight. Dave is desperate for my attention. Do y'all not understand it? Dave is the real low IQ individual. All he can do is reiterate the same thing over and over and over again. Then he starts to promote a website that he doesn't even own or has no real say-so on, right? This is recorded. I've only done few hundred of these. Now I have no idea that once this is over, I can go back and watch it. Again, Dave, the reason why I let him call in is to prove my point, right? And so everything that he just said was hypocrisy, and he doesn't even realize it. Dave lives in his mom's basement, and he only gets a little bit of time to use the phone when she's asleep. Excuse me. And so he uses that time to come into the den and thinks that he's going to control something. Right? I'm thuggish, ruggish bone. I guess I'm bone thugs in harmony. But here's the thing about Dave and people like Dave. It's a miserable life because Dave can only do this on the internet. Dave can only do this in hidden corners, in dark basements, or wherever he resides in secrecy. Dave cannot speak his opinions in public because Dave is a coward. And that's it. Dave is less than a man. And he's very envious. Dave cannot command any attention from anybody. Well, what's the motherfucking deal? Who do we have calling in to the den this evening?
Hello?
Yes.
Oh, happy motherfucking Thanksgiving today.
It's a wonderful Thanksgiving. This is the way to start it off. You're going to kick it off, got to kick it off right.
Isn't today the day when, like, the Indian, the Native Americans, and the Pilgrims, and we sat at the table, we all came together, broke bread.
Oh, man. I thought that's what it was. Well, some people see it differently. Oh, man. So, did the last call enlighten you with knowledge and insight and stimulate you to have some new thoughts that you've never had before in life, Mr. John?
The last two calls actually did.
Okay.
The last two calls lit me up like a Christmas tree. It's just insane. I mean, oh my God, where do I start? Oh, let me bring the den back to life here. I'm fucking get the defibrillator. The first of the two horrible calls It was way too long. I know you like to do that shit to fuck with us sometimes. I was cursing you out the whole time.
Well,
I didn't call you the N-word, though.
I like people to understand how other people think. That's my whole
Yes,
thing.
Honcho, but we got the hint the first 45 minutes of the hour and a half phone call. And then Dave was just ridiculous. Out of line, out of pocket, racist, ignorant, emotional. Dave, I want to like you, Dave. Like, I really, really want to like you. I want to bring you to the den and make you one of us eventually. We want to convert you. We want to make you a better human being.
Yes.
Because in the den, there's all different walks of life in the den. There's white people, black people, brown, yellow, red people, Americans, foreigners, gay people, straight people, liberals, conservatives. It is a melting pot of beauty.
Yes.
Okay? We are all human beings here. And the beautiful thing is, if you haven't noticed about the den and our wonderful show, Honcho, Mr. Honcho, is that he lets you fucking say your stupid shit.
Yes.
Your stupid shit, in my opinion, was just as stupid as the lady before you. And he let you do it. Most people, most black people, as soon as you call them the N-word, would have cussed you out and hung up on you. And if it was in person, probably would have punched you in the face, and rightfully so. I wanted to punch you in the face, and I'm not black. You see, you couldn't get away with that anywhere else. You can't get away with that on mainstream TV. You can't get away with that on 99% of the other YouTube channels. Honcho let you call in, and he tried to have a conversation with you, even while letting you be an asshole, and you just couldn't do it, Dave. You fucked up. Dave, you need to learn that if you're going to have a conversation with people, even if it's about you talking about how you don't like something, you got to fucking be normal. And I'm trying to bite my tongue here. That's why I sound like I'm drifting into La La Land, because I don't want to say what I really want to say. But it was out of pocket. You called in to say how the lady before you was stupid and how Honcho's wrong for letting her run her mouth, but you were just as wrong. Mm-hmm. And you had a platform and an opportunity to showcase how and why she was wrong and get your point across, have Honcho possibly agree with you, have the chat room engage, and people who have different thoughts come together and try to find a happy middle. You fucked up, Dave. You fucked up. You know you done fucked up. You know that, right? You fucked up. And I would still be more than happy to have a conversation with Dave, because I want us to be able to all in the den convert him to be a lovely den folk and be part of the team. And same thing with Honcho. I'd love to debate her, because she sounded extremely bitter, extremely ignorant on 98% of the stuff she said. And that's the beauty of the den. I've called in and said stupid shit, and everyone else has at one point or another, some more than others. But calling in and calling Honcho slurs is childish, it's ignorant, it's harmful, it's wrong, it's stupid, it's weak. That's inferior. What's superior is taking someone's ignorant or negative point of view and taking their own point of view and showing them why it's ignorant, why it's wrong, why it's not the best option, and having them see the light. That's superior. Educate people.
But like I said, and the reason why I allowed Dave, because I already knew what Dave was going to do. Like I said, Dave did the same thing he did the prior two calls, which again is act like a petulant child, and he's not getting his way, and and claims to want to debate, but then has nothing to debate. And then once he gets to speak his piece, he hangs up the phone because he doesn't really want to engage in a real conversation. So
I'm sorry. It's like, if Dave is listening, if he's in the chat, call in. Let's do a three-way call. Maybe he'll talk to me differently because I'm white. I don't know. I don't know. But it was obnoxious. It was hurtful. It was debilitating to listen to that lady ramble on about stupid ass fucking shit that made no fucking sense for 45 minutes. It sounded like she was fucking drunk. And then Dave gets on and does that. It's like, what a waste. What a disgrace. And it goes to show you that ignorance, stupidity, hatred, and foolishness and inferiority knows no skin color. It's disgusting. And this shit right here is why those fucking assholes at MSNBC, CNN, those fucking pieces of shit who fucking make money off of division, this is right here, they point to this shit. They point to the fucking retard lady who called in. They point to this fucking piece of shit who called in. And this is where they make their fucking money off of. These two fucking morons. Fucking disgrace. I love you, Honcho. You're amazing. I see color, and I still love you.
Yes, okay? As we should. We should see color. I think that's important. There's nothing wrong with it.
Fuck you, Sean. Get on the goddamn fucking phone so I can tear you apart, bitch. Get on the fucking phone. Tear you, your fucking drunk fucking pill popping ass. Get on the motherfucking phone. Fucking talk. Go ahead. What do I have to debate you about? Your fucking, that bullshit shit you were talking for fucking 45 minutes. Dave ran his mouth like a coward over the phone, just like you.
Ooh.
The difference is I'm not going to call you any slurs. The difference is I'm not going to cuss you out, even though I've cussed a little bit so far. I'll actually have a debate with you. I'll actually talk points with you.
Well, Ms. Shawn,
but the problem is you don't want to do that.
If you would like to have a debate, let me know and I'll arrange the call. I would do so with Dave, but Dave always calls in anonymously, so he hides, and I have no way of,
Disgusting.
Okay. Hold on 1 second. Let me
no problem.
Let me see if I can arrange this.
No problem. Okay.
I gotta do it on the other. I'll do that, so.
Hello?
Hello, is Ms. Shawn?
Yeah.
Okay, give me 1
Here
second.
I'm on the freeway.
Let me
yes,
merge.
I don't know. What is this dude's name?
Okay.
Calling me out.
John. My name is John. John.
Right, John.
How you doing?
You're talking a lot of shit, John. You're talking about, I'm talking all this shit, and I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. And you're not even telling me. What is it that you have to debate me about? What is the point that you had a disagreement with? What is your disagreement?
Several things. Many of the things you said.
Number one. Give me number one. What is it?
Well, let's talk about the conversation of black and white people and how we feel about each other and what you know about
Wait a minute,
everything.
hold up. Come up
Go
closer to your phone. What is the conversation about what?
I said there was many things. You were talking about Kyle Rittenhouse trial, the Ahmaud Arbery trial. You were talking about various.
Okay, well, tell me, because you no. Here's first of all, here's what I need to let's just say ground rules. First of all, you said that I was erroneous about a lot of the things that I had. I need you to tell me specifically so I can specifically defend myself. Okay.
Okay.
So you said number one. You're rambling, baby.
Okay.
Come on, let's go.
All right. So number one, you said that you know.
I ain't drunk.
Hello.
Well, okay. Number one, boo. Number one.
Okay. Hello. Number one, you said that you know that white men want to hunt down black people. How would you know? Are you a white man?
No, but guess what?
Okay. No. Guess what? The answer is no. The answer is no. The answer is no. You're not a white man. You're not a white person. You're not even a man. You're a black woman.
But you have not allowed me. Can you please allow me to finish answering the question? No, I am not a white man, but I live around a lot of white men. Okay.
And they've killed. And they've killed you.
The South.
And they've killed you? Because you sound like you're alive and breathing real well to me.
No. I know their intentions. I know that they sit around and they hunt. They got gun ranges, and that's what their fantasies are, and that's what their desires are.
So let me ask you a question. So let's say, even though I don't agree with
you don't ask me no more goddamn questions. What's the next thing?
I'll ask you all the questions I want.
You said no.
I'll ask
you
plenty
said that I was wrong. So that was your question to tell me where else I was wrong.
Ma'am, you don't know what their fantasies. You don't know what their fantasies are. Yes, I did, and I just explained to you. You don't know what their fantasies are.
You asked me a question, and I answered it. Next question. Question number 2. Question number 2.
I know you're feeling weak right now.
No, I'm not.
I know you want to feel tough. I know you want to feel tough because you want to show up for the black people, for the white man. Calm down, ma'am. Ma'am, calm down.
I just need to know.
Calm down, man. Dave, calm down. You're not yourself, Dave. When you don't need a Snickers. Calm down, Dave. Calm down.
No, that's not my name.
You don't know.
My name is Sean.
You don't listen. You don't know what their fantasies are. And on top of that, if I wanted, I'm still on the number 1 point because I haven't completed it yet. Thank you. And even if I were to agree with you about the first part, you can go tit for tat and say there's plenty of black supremacists that fantasize about killing white people in a race war.
No,
so it's ignorant for you to sit. Okay, sure. There's not. Let's go on YouTube right now and pull them up. Let's go on YouTube right now and pull them up.
Exist. They're not even on the record books. Name me one black supremacist group that has done anything against white people in this country. Name me one.
Has done?
Give me the name. Give me the name of a black supremacist group that has terrorized white people in this country.
Colin Ferguson.
You asked me a question. Name it.
I just did, ma'am. I named you specific. John Lee Malvo, Mackay X, Colin Ferguson. I can name a whole bunch.
Ferguson, they kill people?
The whole black.
Doesn't they kill people? What? Supremacist group that kill people?
Black supremacist group.
That's what I'm saying. Did they kill anyone?
Yes, white people.
No, they weren't a part of the organized group.
Mackay X shot 5 white police officers.
Okay, what group did they belong to? What group did they belong to?
Various Pan-Africanist groups. Mackay X was one of them.
What is the
Colin
name?
Ferguson.
What is the name?
I don't pay attention to what the name is. Who do I care? I don't want to know anything about them.
If you don't pay attention to what the fucking name is, how can you fucking say they're a part of a fucking group that you ain't even fucking paying attention to the name?
Because that's what disclosed. You want to know the exact name? Can you name every?
That's why you had to say you ain't paying attention to the name, because it doesn't fucking exist.
The new Black Panther. Okay,
give me the name of the black supremacist group that's running around killing white people. You cannot answer the goddamn question.
Well, first of all, there isn't going to be that many because black people don't have the balls to do that.
Well,
that's why they run their mouth about the race war.
No, yourself, you even admitted. So that's done. Question number 1, you're doomed.
Ma'am, Mackay X was part of a black Africanist group. I don't have to give you the exact damn name. You can just look up his name and find it.
You can't even name the goddamn group.
Number two is
what is the debate?
Number 2 is Kyle Rittenhouse is a racist because he wanted to go hunt black folks, but meanwhile it was mostly white people that were riding there, and he shot 3 white people.
Well, see, that's something that you don't know. So the thing is, I believe that's my opinion. I do believe that is my opinion. And
my opinion is fuck you. Does that make sense?
I believe
my opinion is fuck you. Does that make sense? No, it doesn't.
That is not my opinion. I believe
your opinion. Your opinion is that he went to a group of white people because he wanted to kill black people.
We call it collateral damage, but I believe that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, you thought. I just want to make it clear. It was collateral damage, but it wasn't that he went to go hunt black people because it was not a group of black people that were right.
I'm not going to go. I'm not going to revert myself. I'm not going to reverse myself on that. That's how I feel, whether you like it or not. I believe that was his intention, okay? But I believe them white boys was collateral damage, and that's the answer.
They're white men. They're white men. You want to go home? Listen, they're white men. They're white men.
I'm not going to reverse myself on that because that's my belief. That's my belief. I don't care if you don't.
That's the whole point.
We can agree or disagree. But that is my point.
And
he came there to help black people, and he got the white boys as collateral damage. What's your number 3? What's your number 3, boo-boo?
Dave, calm down. Just like how Dave called in and said
what's your number 3?
Ma'am.
What's your number 3?
Ma'am, I let you speak.
1, 2. I'm ready for 3. I'm already asking you a question. What's your number 3?
Calm down. I know you gotta show up. I know, but calm down. I let you speak. Now let me speak. Just how Dave called in and shared his beliefs with Honcho. Just because they're his beliefs doesn't mean they're accurate. Doesn't mean that they're intelligent. Doesn't mean that they're true. Dave's a moron.
I agree with you. That's why I said we're gonna agree to disagree.
Okay. No, we're not gonna agree to disagree.
There's no disagreement there. There's no disagreement in the fact that I just said that we're going to agree to disagree.
Ma'am.
There's no disagreement in that.
Ma'am, please, if we're going to have this debate, we have to let each other speak.
No. Why are you like, ma'am, please? Like, I'm like being unreasonable.
Because you're being obnoxious. No, we're not. You can't tell me what I'm agreeing to.
When I'm saying
I'm not agreeing to it.
We are going to agree to disagree on number
I'm not agreeing. I'm not agreing to it. You can't tell me what I'm going to agree to.
And I'm not either. And that's why I told you if you would sit down and think and formulate and register what I'm saying, I am not agreeing with you and you are not agreeing with me. That's why I'm saying we are going to agree.
I registered what you said. I registered what you said for the whole hour phone call.
Okay.
You said the Calvert House.
It's not an hour. I'm talking about me and you. We talking about right here, right now.
Ma'am, I know, ma'am.
Ma'am, so number 3?
Ma'am.
Because you're getting hung up on number 2. I already told you.
Because we're not done with number 2. No, I'm not agreeing with you. We're not going to agree to disagree.
I'm not agreeing with you either, and we're not going to go anywhere. So we're not going to go anywhere on number 2. We're not going to go anywhere on number 2 because I do not agree with you. So just go to number 3. What's your next one?
Ma'am, I'm asking you a question. It's not about I'm asking you a question. How did Cairnway House go to a riot of mostly white people, and you say he was hunting black people when he knew it was mostly white people there, and he shot 3 white people?
How do you know he knew?
He was there.
How do you know he knew it was mostly white people? It's Black Lives Matter.
He was there.
How do you know?
Man, he was there.
It's Black Lives Matter, so that means it's black people, right? How you know? You got a fucking crystal ball?
Ma'am, he was there. He was there. That's how he knows.
No, but how do you know before he drove them 30 miles? Before he drove them 30 miles, how do you know he knew that it wasn't white people versus black people?
So let's say, ma'am,
you're accusing me of the same thing. So,
ma'am,
he doesn't know.
We've all seen the footage.
We've all seen there. It's going to be white. You don't know who the fuck is going to be there when you show up in a fucking protest.
Well, first of all, it's well known that Black Lives Matter is mostly white people out there. That's number 1.
So
number
you
2,
at least agree with that part.
It's mostly white people? Is that what you're asking me? If I agree with?
That's coming out your fucking mouth. That's what you just said.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking you to confirm. Is that what you're saying?
What's the fucking point? What the fuck is your point?
My point is, if you and I agree that it's mostly white people, and most people know that, and he was pulling, and he was there, and you saw the crowd, and he told it was mostly white people. He wanted to hunt black people, but he shot white people instead. That's the point you're trying to make.
Yeah, that is the point I'm trying to make.
Okay.
And I'm not
all right. Now we can move on to number 3.
Told you that. That's what they go to motherfucking 3.
Yeah.
We're gonna agree
because I wanted everybody to hear how fucking delusional that sounds.
No, because I don't fucking know. Did you also fucking listen to the other part of my conversation? I said it varies from city to city. I said it's mostly white. You do get black. Remember I said it depends on where you at.
Yes.
All right, so I don't fucking know anything about no fucking Wisconsin. I ain't no fucking Middle Westerner.
So your guess was that he was going to hunt black people. That was your guess.
I'm not fucking guessing anything. I gave you very, very specifically. I said it varies from state to state. But anytime you say the fucking word Black Lives Matter, white motherfuckers get all fucking fragile. That's what the fuck y'all motherfuckers do.
It's not.
And you thinking you going to get a black person, Black Lives Matter, and you get all fucking discombobulated. Number 3, bitch. What's number 3? Give me number 3.
First of all, watch your goddamn mouth. Go home and talk to your black husband like that.
Mouth. Give me number 3.
Go talk to your black husband like that. You're not going to talk to me like that.
Phone.
Yeah,
you got me coming back up. I'm trying to fucking go to sleep. It's fucking Thanksgiving. I got my turkey cooked, bitch.
You ain't cooking.
Who you
kidding? You ain't cooking.
So I'm ready to bake you next. What's number 3, bitch?
All right, so let's see here.
Number 3?
Okay, calm down, Dave. Calm down.
What's number 3?
Okay.
Why, I'm not going on number 2. I already said we agree to disagree on that. Let's
move
forward. Come on, let's calm down. All right, everybody breathe. Ooh, number 3. Come on, number 3.
Yeah, it's like Lamaze class. You know, you got to practice.
Okay, again, Lamaze. I ain't fucking had a baby in fucking 10 years.
Thank God. Thank God.
I ain't pregnant.
10 years.
I don't need no fucking Lamaze. Do you need a Lamaze? Are you fucking pregnant?
Well, according to Mark Lamont Hill, according to your spokesman, Mark Lamont Hill, I can get pregnant. Yeah, I do need to breed. According to Mark Lamont Hill, yes, according to Mark Lamont Hill, yes, I am.
All right, well, I don't know. You on the rag. All right, I'm going to give you a break because you're on the rag. All right? So let's breathe. And should we just get to number 3? That's all I want. Let's talk. Let's calm down and breathe hot. Calm down. Number 3, you on the rag. You already admitted it. You're on the rag. Let's calm down and let's have a decent conversation. Because if you keep going at me, I'm gonna cut your ass out. I'm never gonna.
You're on menopause, so you can't be on the rag. So I understand why you're getting all these hot flashes and acting like this.
Well,
what's that? Well, exactly with your old ass.
I don't want to really get nasty. I can really get nasty.
Listen,
please don't let me. Let me just take my.
Please, ma'am. Yeah, I'm trying to be polite.
I don't even know.
I'm trying to be polite.
I can't even fucking call you a sir. You just told me you were a fucking rag.
I don't care what you call me, ma'am.
What is number 3, son?
I guess we can, for number 3, what we can do is.
Yeah, I mean, you just.
When you were talking.
Man, like 20
all right, shut the fuck up already. Jesus Christ. So number 3 would be
I think he just wants to talk. He loves me, Honcho. You just love me.
I do. I know. Usually the black women who talk the most pro-black, usually the ones that love the white men the most. I call them Sam. Did you see the movie Dear Black People? Yeah. When the black woman was talking so pro-black.
Yeah, I'm not against a white
with the white guy.
See, this is what you don't know about Sean.
You're a Sam.
I'm not against a white man. I'm not.
I know you're not.
I'm not even
I know you're not.
I'm pro-black.
The people who talk,
but I'm not.
Right, the people. The people. I know. The people who talk the most pro-black, even the people who talk the most racist, end up liking the other race. That's the crazy thing. Strom Thurmond, there's plenty of cases. Thomas Jefferson with Sally. We all know this. Anybody who knows their history knows. The people who talk the most pro-black, the most pro-white, the most racist, they love the other people the most. It's a deflection. It's a projection. We all know this. We can go through centuries of American history.
Stop fucking deflecting about Thomas Jefferson. And they said love with Sally Hemings. He was a fucking pedophile and a fucking racist.
Right.
So don't try to tell me this fucking projection. Because the fucking history is he's a fucking pedophile and a racist. So
there's a lot. Yes, there's a lot of men who are
Thomas Jefferson to me.
There's a lot of men who are like.
All right, number 3.
And just like when Sally Hemings would walk past the black male slave, she would show off that she had a white man.
So because I already debunked him on 1 and 2.
So anyway, going back.
Guess why?
I'm just
a number 3.
I'm just toying with you, right?
Stop dogging me on the fucking internet on my show. Here's what I want
on your show.
And here's what no.
Just
and I say this because I don't.
I'm listening.
Everybody's trying to fucking drag me on the fucking show because I don't call in a lot. I call in like once a month. So because he gave me an extra little bit of time, you bitches want to drag me?
Well, think about it. Think about it.
I don't give a fuck what you. If
everybody's dragging you,
bitch, I'll put a pig's feet up his fucking ass. Quick, let me tell you something.
Ma'am, if everyone's dragging you, maybe there's a reason for that.
Fucking Honcho. That's what you're not going to do. You're not going to do that. Not on my motherfucking watch. So if he give me a little bit of time, you need to fucking sit down and shut up because it's his show. You don't run his motherfucking show.
Who, Dave or me?
No, you, everybody. Oh, he gave you too much. You calling me bitch, and this bitch talk for 45 minutes. Who the fuck are you? Is it your show?
What did I do to Honcho?
Didn't you talk shit about the time? Oh, you gave this bitch all this time and all this kind of stuff?
Oh yeah, everybody in the chat room said that. Then you got beef with everybody in the chat room.
I don't give a fuck. So I'm letting everybody know, you in the chat. I don't call. When I call, I don't take people's time.
Thank God.
So he gave me time. Respect it. Respect.
We all know what Honcho is doing.
You don't got to be trying to drag me and drag him.
Ma'am, we all know what Honcho is doing.
That's the only thing that really pissed me off about you. And then you started doing some sideways shit and doing some little, like, backdoor shit. And then I had to address that shit. But I ain't even mad about that shit. I'm mad more about...
The reason why Honcho let you talk, so long is this right here, because he knew it was going to get people in the chat room call in and get this.
He does this
all the time. Love you, Honcho.
Guess what? This is the first time I ever did this, ever in my life. Ever.
No, it's not.
That's how I know
it's not, ma'am. I've heard you before, ma'am.
But I've never gone in on some altercation with people.
It's because I called you out. Well, that's because I called you out, ma'am.
But why? So for what reason? I don't. How? Okay. So you said you heard me before. How frequent do you hear me? Am I on this fucker every day?
I don't hear you frequently.
Exactly.
No, you're not. No, you're not on here every day.
Shut your motherfucking mouth up. Because I only call about once a month, and it ain't your motherfucking show, and you can't even give me a motherfucking number 3. What is number 3?
And Dave has only called in twice, and we hate Dave twice.
I don't give a fuck about
so
no
it doesn't matter how many times you call in,
ma'am. Go suck a fucking a pig's foot.
Yes, well,
so what's your number 3?
Dave needs to be educated. Number 3 was well, I've been trying to go to number 3, but I've been letting you speak, so I'm trying to be polite.
I've been asking you to go to 3 for fucking 30 minutes now.
And then you do this.
Okay.
Okay. So my point number 3. Ma'am, point number 3 was your general aspect of how everyone black and everyone white dislikes each other, and there's just a broad brush of a consensus of how everyone feels towards the other, when that's just blatantly inaccurate.
Oh, that's a softball fucking question. That's easy because you want to.
Go ahead, hit it at the park. Hit it at the park.
No, because we know
hit
that
it at the park.
Fucking case.
Hit it up.
Softball shit. Number 3 is the softball. We know that is the okay. Can you listen to me, sir? Sir, you want to call me Matt, sir? So here's what I'm saying. What I'm saying is we know if we are of like reasonable minds, and I mean we are pretty reasonable in the den. I think you have a reasonable mind. I think this guy, Dave, or whatever, you got some unreasonable folks. We ultimately know that the consensus is people pretty much go and operate in good faith. And that was my whole premise. Even though you're going to call me a racist, you're going to call me all this stuff, but fundamentally, I believe if I didn't believe in this country, and if I didn't believe in interacting with one another and getting our shit together, I wouldn't have made that statement to alarm people and to alert them and to teach them. If we don't learn how to get along, we're going to have other countries come and overthrow this country. So you're preaching to the choir. Okay?
Yeah, but you said a whole lot before you got to that.
I said a whole lot more because that's that in shit. That's the shit in-house. We got a lot of shit in-house. What I was trying to do was elevate your thinking. We got a lot of dirty stuff in our house that needs to be cleaned.
When you say our house, who is that referring to?
This country internally with one another. That's what I mean.
Right, but here's the thing. But I was specifically getting how you were just basically labeling all black and all white people to feel certain ways about each other, and that's what I was saying about not true.
If I did that, I did not mean to. I did not intend to say all.
Okay. I
would just reverse myself on that. If that's what I came across as, I did not mean to. So I will say that.
And I appreciate that.
Say that.
I respect that. And a lot of people.
I did not mean to say that. But what I did mean to say, and I'm going to double down.
I respect that.
I'm going to double down on the fact that we got problems. We got issues in this house.
And ma'am, a lot of people in the chat were upset about that particular point of view they felt that you're expressing. So
I don't know what the
I
hell
appreciate
I said.
you. That's fine. I appreciate you. You know, you're
yeah,
awesome. I appreciate you taking that.
If anybody felt that way, I did not mean that.
Okay, cool.
And I'll go.
Awesome.
I'll go back on that. I'm not really sure, but that's not really what I meant. What I really was trying to convey is that we have to really get along. We got a lot of we got some unsettled scores here, and if we don't get it together internally, you know what I mean, then we're going to be overthrown. I really feel that.
I agree. I agree with you.
That's all I'm trying to say. And so
I agree with you,
everything
and I agree on that
you
part.
are doing, that's what I call house bickering. That's in-house. So let's go ahead and fight it out. That's how we got to do it. If we don't duke it out, we're never going to resolve it.
Yes, and I agree with you, but we could have got to this stage without the other stuff. Because I actually agree with you on. I
didn't call you out. You called me out.
Because of what?
Who called
hold
you
on,
out
ma'am.
first?
Ma'am.
No. Who called who out first? I didn't even know you. You got on there and talked shit about me to Honcho.
Ma'am.
You called me out, so I had to come and defend myself.
Yes,
but I'm not
I know.
Get away with that.
Yeah, I already explained to you that I called you out, but I explained to you.
Right.
I explained to you why the chat room was disappointed and why I called you out.
So you call
I'm not bitching.
Else,
I'm trying to explain to you.
Get out the fucking
shit. Holy.
Yeah, you don't call nobody out unless you're ready, boo.
I was ready, and we did pretty well in this conversation.
All right. So it is what it is. But you don't act like you're fucking innocent. I'm up here minding my motherfucking business.
Stop messing it up. We just had a nice 5-minute cool part of the conversation. We agree also on that.
So
I think
number three is done. I mean, you said I said some shit that I don't even fucking remember saying. So I just said, all right, I just reversed myself on number 3. Right. So what else the fuck you got? Because it's fucking Thanksgiving. What else you got?
And I just wanted to say, yes, there is. There's something that's really important. And I want you to really, really listen carefully when I say this because it might shock you. And I just want to say to you that I love you, God bless you, and I hope you have an amazing, delicious, happy Thanksgiving with you and all the loved ones in your family.
I'm laughing already. What you got to say, dude? What's up?
No, that's it. That's what it was.
Oh, that was it? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I reciprocate and likewise to you. This is so funny, but anyhow, I'm glad that we came to a consensus. So are we friends now? I'm like, oh my God. I just really felt attacked. I'm like, God, I didn't even say anything to these guys. I got this fucking psycho calling me a nigger bitch and all this shit.
Who called?
I didn't call you that. And you all jumping on Honcho. I'm going to tell you, you fuck with Honcho, you fucking with me. And I'm not going to be a lady about it either.
I wonder if this is how the Pilgrims and the Indians came to the first Thanksgiving.
But I'm glad everybody is friends now, right? We all friends in the den. Are we friends in the den?
I think we're working towards it.
I believe so.
Yeah, I think so. I think everybody but Dave. Dave still got a little bit.
We're trying to bring Dave around. We're still waiting on Dave to come in and be a friend.
Oh, I want to take down Dave. Let me have him. I want him. I want first row seats on him. I want first.
I think you and Dave are both fire. We might need a little bit of water to put him out. I think it'll just burn into a bigger fire. we need some water.
Yeah, Honcho, maybe you can be the water. I don't know, but yeah, that dude was like, ooh, yeah, he needs to be checked. He definitely needs to be checked. But it's good to let him speak. I probably wouldn't have as much grace as you had, Honcho. But that's probably a good thing because sometimes you need to kind of hear people's thoughts and stuff. But I probably would have just blocked them and hung up on them. But it's probably a good thing on second thought, you know?
So it's important for people to know how people around them think. That's the whole thing. But I can honestly say, if me and Dave, which it would never happen, would have this conversation, in person, it would definitely not go anything like that. So.
Well, I was just shocked that he was so shocked and got so. Does he do this all the time? Because I don't call in as much.
No, Dave's called in 3 times, and it's been pretty much the same thing all 3 times. Yes, really nothing to say.
Okay, I was kind of taking it personal, so I shouldn't have really taken it so personal. He does it all the time.
Yeah.
Okay, so now I know better.
He's kind of lonely, and so we give him a little attention here in the den.
Dave is very new to the den.
Well, maybe I overreacted because I didn't know that he does this all the time. So I just really reacted to that because I have never, in my time in the den, even though I check in and out probably once a month, I'm kind of doing more like once every 2 weeks, but it's been like once a month. I was thinking he was like attacking me. That's how I felt, but I didn't understand his past. So maybe he just does this all the time.
Maybe I saw a lot of people saying that they've been getting timed out tonight for whatever reason. I don't know.
Right now, Dave's trying to call in and leave a message on this video.
Get that motherfucker on. Get him on. Do I need to hang up so you can call me back or what?
No, he's not calling right now. I would definitely entertain it if it was, but I think Dave's gassed himself out.
Well, you had a lot of patience with him. But maybe, I don't know. I just thought he was like really calling me out, and I just took stuff all personal. So I guess I know better now. I won't get as triggered, next time. So I'll just let him go. Say his piece, talk his shit. But he can't be talking no shit directly to me like that. I got to answer it.
Well, until Dave learns how to calm down and have a conversation, I think whoever he talks to is just gonna end up being a shouting match, and it's not gonna really do anything for anybody.
So where you from?
I'm from New York. How about you?
Washington, D.C.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
You grew up there or you moved there?
No, I was born here.
Oh wow, that's amazing.
Yeah.
So, what are your plans tomorrow for Thanksgiving?
Oh, my plan's already done. Like I told you earlier in the conversation, my turkey is cooked and everything. I used the next turkey I was about to bake.
But I'm saying, you have children, family.
Oh yeah, we're gonna do. We're gonna. We have family and stuff. I'm just happy that everything is done, and I don't have to be all stressed out in the morning. Pies are cooked, turkey is done, and ham is done, and so it's just going to be kind of relaxation. I'm going to sleep in, and dinner's at 6, so we pretty much have the whole day to kind of prep.
Family's coming to you. Family's coming
to you.
No,
I'm actually going out this year. I'm going because last year COVID. We this is actually going to be the first time since COVID. COVID last year we did Zoom Thanksgiving.
Oh wow! Oh yeah, with the whole pandemic, yeah.
Yeah, we did Zoom, so this is kind of more exciting because we get to actually see each other.
Yeah, catch up and make up for lost time.
Yeah, face to face. So we've always talked and stuff in Zoom, but it ain't the same when you zooming. We had what we did in the pandemic, we zoomed 3 ways, and we did a little competition because we got family in California. I got family in New York too. So it's New York, nice. New York, California, and then us, and then we all zoomed in and we took pictures and things of our food and figured out who had the best spread. And that's kind of how we did it. Every family was together and we just did the Zoom.
So did you make the turkey this Thanksgiving because you make the best turkey, or was it just your turn?
No, I make the best of everything.
Oh, really? Okay. Who won the spread? Who won best spread?
That's me.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm actually love to cook, so I'm the best cook. Yeah.
Okay. That's nice. Who's the worst cook in your
family? The one that doesn't cook, which is my
Shocker,
daughter.
right?
Yeah.
So how does that work out? You love to cook and she doesn't cook. How does that happen?
I just have to delegate, cut some onions, cut some peppers. I have to give her some basic things to do.
Okay. So you basically do all the legwork and then you tell her, "Here, put this together."
Yeah, or it's like a helping kind of thing, and just the little side stuff. But cooking is not just you just don't wake up and cook. I have to marinate. I've been marinating. I've been
the night before
my seasonings and stuff like that. So I kind of do all that, and then she can cut me up some potatoes, some onions, some bell peppers, and kind of deal with that. Some celeries and prep. We call that prep.
Is your daughter an adult or is she young?
No, my daughter's 28 years old.
Oh, okay. She's a fully grown woman. Okay.
Yeah.
So do you think the cooking bug is eventually going to bite her, or do you think?
Oh no! It is. It's biting her. She's doing good. She's really doing good. She did good in the pandemic and stuff. Because a lot of, as a matter of fact, I had 2 cousins up there in New York. They literally had to come home, and come back with my brother because they couldn't pay rent and all kinds of craziness was going on up there because everything hit New York first in the entire country, and they literally had to come home for a year. So now they're back out. One is back up in New York, and the other one is back in Arizona. But they literally, they couldn't. Something went down with the job, and they couldn't work, and they couldn't pay their rent. So they just left and came back home. They back down to Maryland, though. They're in Maryland. So it was really bad. It was really rough.
Yeah, it was horrible in New York. I mean, between us being extremely liberal, the mandates, the jobs getting shut down, the cost of living extremely high here to begin with, inflation through the roof. It's really tough for a lot of people out here, and a lot of the people that are still here.
I'm glad, but just imagine. I mean, thank God because they're young. They're 28, 29. They're the same age, in their prime career, and just shut down and no money. So thank God that they had a mother and a father to come home to.
Yeah, family's important. Yep.
Yeah, because that's how bad it was.
And
I mean, they were making it on their own.
And that goes to show you, it's kind of cliche to say, but your life can change, snap of a finger, and it's out of your control. I mean, nobody saw this virus coming, and we went, especially in New York, we went from the capital of the world to financial capital of the world to being decimated within a matter of a few months. It's insane. So they're fortunate to have you. It's good that you got you and your husband.
Well, that was my brother. That wasn't me. Because it was both of us. I had my daughter. He had 2, and they're a year apart. So they had to come home. But everything is better now. The one just went back to New York, so she's there now, and another one got a job in Arizona, so she's down in Arizona now.
Oh, Arizona.
And then my other one, my child is here in Washington, D.C., so everybody's got jobs now again, but they didn't have a job for almost a year.
Because of the Rona?
Yeah, because of the Corona.
What line of work is your daughter in?
Well, she's in the restaurant business, so that was hit really hard. The other one was a marketer. I don't know what the other one. They were both up in New York. I don't know what the hell they were doing up in New York. I know what her degree is in. She's a marketing. That's what she does. But
so you have 3 kids, 2 daughters and a son?
Well, no, I'm kind of mixing the conversation with my brother. My brother's kids is up in New York. My kids are here in the Maryland, Virginia area. So, we're Southern. And I do. But the only ones they're too young. I have young kids, but my oldest one is the working aged one. That's what I'm talking about. Mm-hmm.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Well, Sean, I just want to say before I let you go, because it's getting late here in New York, I just want to apologize for any nasty things that I might have said earlier to you or about you. It was in the heat of the moment.
That's okay. Yeah, we were triggered. I was triggered too.
You know,
I just don't want nobody messing with Honcho, though.
No, we all love Honcho except for Dave. But Dave eventually is going to come around and love Honcho too.
Okay. So we good.
But I just wanted to apologize for any nastiness that I may have said to you earlier.
No. That's not how we work it out.
No,
Remember
but
I said we gotta talk things out. Yeah.
I can't hear you. This horrible buzzing sound in the background. Sounds like a fan
I'm
or something.
good. I appreciate that. That's what we got to do. I don't wear my I got thick skin, baby. So we. Yeah,
me too. I just like to.
We have to talk.
Yeah, I just like to. I like to always fix things if I feel like I wasn't being myself, or if I thought I could have done better. I just always like to take the initiative and fix things and make things as best as possible. So I just wanted to say I apologize if I called you any nasty names or anything like that. Although whether I feel you deserve it or not, I shouldn't have said it. And again, I hope you have a happy Thanksgiving, and I hope your daughter and everybody does great with their careers. And I'm sure I'll be seeing you in the chat room again at a later date.
Oh yeah. We all friends in the den. At the end of the day, we all friends in the den. Isn't that our motto, right?
Yes, I would like to say to both of y'all, this was a very beautiful thing, and I think an example for a lot of folks who are maybe paying attention that a conversation can really go a long way if you're willing to actually have that conversation. So I just want to say salute to both of y'all.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it, friends. We all friends in the den. At the end of the day, everybody have a wonderful, wonderful holiday. I wish you the most tenderest turkey ever.
Yes, thank you, Honcho, for giving us the platform to come on to and do this beautiful act.
All right.
Well, I missed something. You all have a good night.
Y'all definitely have a good evening, a good holiday, and if y'all are available, I'll probably be live sometime tomorrow. We can discuss whatever's going on, dinners or whatever else it may be.
All right.
Awesome.
Night.
Have a good night.
Right,
bye-bye. Good night, everyone. Happy Thanksgiving. Bye-bye.
All right, good night.
Love you, Honcho. Bye.
I love you too, John. Shout out to everybody. Man, Dan, yeah, a lot took place. Appreciate the super chat love tonight, Dan. A lot happened. This was definitely some old school Den vibes, from top to bottom. Then folk, I just gotta say I fucks with y'all, man. But like I say, that was definitely a beautiful example of how things can be contentious. And if you're willing to work it out, and it's not always easy, especially as an adult. I know me myself, I get upset about things, and it's not always, it's hot as fucking goddamn lights all on my face. It's not always easy just to work it out immediately. But sometimes it takes a little bit of trying to find common ground and solid footing. And I'm not saying everybody has to be best buddies, but I think everybody can be things to be copacetic. We can all be, civil. So maybe Dan learned something. We know Dan's still watching. Dan is a psycho. Dan's had a traumatic childhood. But hey, we love everybody in the den, and maybe Dan will come along. Not Dan, I'm sorry. Dave. I apologize, Dan. I should never insult you in such a way. Dave, is a psycho. But maybe Dave will come around and get it all figured out. Realize that what he may think this ain't. And you realize you'll never say those things in real life because it'd be a bad day for him. No, I meant Dave. I apologize for getting mixed up. But again, like I say, man, I'm up for a little bit, so I'm probably going to slide into the Discord. I've seen everybody saying, and shout out to Adoy. I sent me the message and showing that it's saying something about you've been placed on timeout by the owner of this video or a moderator. And that's absolutely not what's happening. And I see that as doing that. That's a YouTube thing because none of the moderators are doing that. because I can definitely see it. The only person I think who got timed out that I remember seeing was Dave and Broderick, and I'm sure that's necessary. But for whatever reason, it's doing that weird shit. So, but I just want to let y'all know I appreciate all y'all. But I'm gonna jump here in the Discord for a little bit if y'all want to continue to chop it up before I tap out. But I appreciate all y'all. If I don't catch y'all in the Discord, I'll catch y'all tomorrow. I do wish each and every single one of you a happy Thanksgiving. I hope you feel your bellies, or do whatever makes you feel good, right? And I'm planning to stream tomorrow evening. Maybe go a little early. Maybe have a nail extended in. Maybe get the party started a little bit earlier than usual. We'll see, right? We'll see. But with that being said, I appreciate all of you. I thank you. It is my honor. It is my privilege. And more than anything, it is my pleasure to get to chop it up with you guys each and every night. I thank you. I thank you. My fucking shit is, my fucking shit over there heating up, the fan going loud. That's probably what John heard on the call. Fan loud in the bitch. But I'm gonna crack a window, cut the AC on. I thank y'all. I love y'all. I really do. There's not enough love in this world. Like I say, but the conversation Sean just had, man, makes you feel, if that didn't make you feel a little tinkle in your heart, well, you're just dead inside. But I do. I appreciate y'all, man. I love y'all. And like I say, we are like a dysfunctional family. And hey, if you ain't got nobody else, you got the goddamn den folk. So with that being said, I salute to y'all. And I'll put the Discord link in there for those of you who may not have the Discord link. And then, meet me there. Don't beat me there. Well, yeah, beat me there. Don't meet me. You guys know how it works. God damn it. Let me do that real quick. Drop that in the chat. Gotcha. There it is. Yeah, I'm all sweaty. I'm gonna get on OnlyFans tonight. Take my shirt off. Spin around my head like a helicopter. All right, I'm going, y'all. Good night. I appreciate y'all. Take care of yourselves. And adios. Have the camera on skew. That's my curtains instead of me. Play the fuck up. It is what it is.